Oh. I actually moved it to the wrong layout, but this is fine, actually. This is fine. Hi! Four white mages, practically invincible. Yep, that's what that means. Wow, did cats mess with my audio again? Pretty sure cats mess with my audio because my microphone is actually quite a bit louder than normal. And it feels like it's lower. We'll just pump that up a little bit. There we go. Something was messed with. Something was messed with. Cats. Cats! Hey, speaking of cats. There's gonna be a lot of hammer smashing and stick bonking. Yeah. Does it feel different? It feels different, doesn't it? Something just feels off. I can't put my finger on it. Actually, I can because it's coconut's right here. So he's probably what's the problem. It's his fault. It's his fault. What if I did that? Don't know, but it's fine. Starting off strong with tech issues, yeah. It just feels like something's subduing it. You know? It's like there's a filter or something subduing it. Does it sound the same to all of you? Everything sounds the same to you? That was an accident. Of all the buttons to press, I could have accidentally pressed that one or something, you know, and it would have been fine. Oh, of all the buttons to accidentally press, yeah, you gotta press that one. You know what it is? I think I know what it is. I've been having some ear issues. I have some earwax remover and I keep forgetting to use it, and I think my ear's just acting up. Seems fine to all of you, so we'll move forward, and if we have problems, we'll adjust on the fly, as we always do every single year in the Final Fantasy Fiesta, because if it's not tech issues, it's not the Fiesta. Virios, thank you for 74 months of subbing, and Kamada Zero, thank you for 46 months. Thank you. Maybe this is it. It's my favorite time of the year too. Fiesta time, Fiesta time. Glassjaw, thank you for the 84 months. So if you look right down there, I added the tracker for the sub goals, so it's there. Unfortunately, they don't allow for like multiple tiers of sub goal to be set, unfortunately, so I can't really do anything about that. I'll just add it every time a sub goal is hit, but there you go. Yeah, it should update in real time. This is the widget that Twitch gives you to track sub goals. So it's like their integrated browser tracker thing. I will say that it does.
Wait!
Take a minute.
What? What? Whoa! Wait! What? What? Whoa!
Did it update? I can't, that number is way too small for me because I just got the tiny little window. I don't know how long it takes for it to update, like if it takes a minute or something. But it's good to know that it works. Oh my goodness. Taven and Arian both, thank you for the 10 sub gift bomb each. Thank you very, very much. And Rover, thank you for the 34 months of subbing as well. Thank you. I guess it works. Yeah, I mean, like, legitimately, I didn't know because I've not used this tracker. That's a neat little tool. I might use it in the future, actually. I didn't know that this integrated tracker existed. And you might have seen it on Seven's end. I thought he was just capturing his browser. I thought he was just capturing his browser in his Twitch dashboard. No joke. Which I have done in the past, actually. Because there's just been so little ability to capture subs and everything. And it's actually funny because Rageson made a software that would automatically track our subs. And it ended up being obsolete like the week after he made it because of other tracking situations. But this is way better. This is actual widget that just boom. But unfortunately, I can't like have it set to like when goal is met, new goal comes in or anything like that. So unfortunately, I can't do anything with that. But hopefully later on down the line. Iron Scooby, thank you for the sub gift to Phoenix. Welcome back in, Phoenix. Yeah, the other softwares and scripts and everything that we had before took time. It was like sometimes up to as long as a minute. There you go. Oh, it's now Horsewiener amount of subs. Oh. All it says. It's a dangerous amount of subs. Dangerous. But yeah, so there you go. That's all that. Also the break screen and everything should have the music playing. You should have been able to see the track of what music was playing during the startup as well. And the game window should show during our break as well. Just keep in mind that like I have started doing a guaranteed break pretty much every day unless I think I'm not gonna need a break or something along those lines. Meaning that if for those of you veterans of the channel that have been around for a long time and maybe haven't been around for the last couple months or something, I take a break halfway through the stream every day. It's about 10 minutes long. I go eat, I go bathroom, I go get some water, I stretch, I take a break, okay? Just because pushing myself just makes me tired the rest of the, like if I just have 10 streams, no breaks, I'm just tired on the 11th one, you know? So I take a break now, which means halfway through the stream at 5 p.m. my time, around there, I take a break, I put on some tunes for you, and I take a break. So with the Fiesta being such a big event, I'm sure there's a lot of returning people, and I want to make that kind of clear that there will be breaks taken. I will take a break. I want to make sure that I eat something and, you know, get up and stretch and everything like that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Magic. I used to push it hard all the time, and I need to eat. I need to make sure that, you know, even when I did take a break, I would rush into the kitchen, grab a couple pieces of salami, shove them down my throat, and chug some water and run back. You know, I felt like if I wasn't at my desk, then I was ruining everything. You know what I mean? So, what the fuck, man? If you can't wait for 10 minutes for me to go make sure that I have enough food and energy, then, like, I don't care if you leave at that point, you know? Getting too old for this shit. Well, actually, I'm not getting too old for streaming, but just too old to like, push myself so hard, you know? That's me walking to the fridge now, just, just go get some salami. Thank you, Joey, for the 355 bits. All right, so, as is tradition, we're gonna go through the Fiesta incentives before we get started on Final Fantasy 1. Talk about them and all the good stuff that comes along with those. First, let's get some hellos out really quick. What do we got here today? Let's see. Oh, Cat the K-Back, thank you for 18 months. Thank you. And Joey, thank you for the 123 bits. Cool. Ironmog, what's up? Come on to Zero. What's going on? Rover, hello. Cat that came back, Janine. What's up? Lamb Gwyn, no gib. Titus, Lady Lord, Donica, what's going on? What's up? Local Bro, Arian, hello. What's up? Tech Side. Titus, hello. Let's see. Nathaniel, how's it going? What's up, DJ? Stalker, Sonica, hello, hello. Phobos Weapon.
Shut up, old man. You smell like farts.
No, you are the one who is smelling like the farts! Thank you, playing Nastic, for the 444 bits. Voice Hurts, what's going on? Obsidian, Boom Baby, what's up, Slade Asher? Glassjaw, thank you for 84 months, and hello. Taven, what's going on? What's up, No Name? Magic, hello. Shern, what's going on? Nikki, how's it going? What's up, No Name? No, always said no gib. Volto, how's it going? Iron Scooby, what's up? What's up, Phoenix? Cinny, hello. Weapon. Lamgwin, what's going on? What's up, Grimnola? Stalker's here, hello. Lady Lore, Crixie, how's it going? I used to do what with Salami? You heard me. Mr. J, Joey, how's it going? Renton, Jazzy, Silver Dragon. Who else we got? Sweet Videl, what's up? Lone Fellow. Playinastic, hello. Ryudo. Lunatone, or Lunatone, yeah. Scotty, how's it going? And thank you for 88 months of subbing. That guy, Zohar, Cybervenger, Lurkers, and anyone else, welcome in to day one of the Final Fantasy Fiesta, the 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta in 2025. We have a really awesome event for you this year. Before I get into all the incentives and everything, I want to first say that the 10th anniversary theme, that's our theme for this year, is basically like the past and the future of the Fiesta. That's the theme. So the past is the things that we've done before, and not only that, but the focus of the Fiesta, which is all of you, honestly. It's the 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta. We wanted to make some callbacks, and we wanted to add some new things that were going to be parts of the Final Fantasy Fiesta going forth. So first off, every incentive was put into a poll, and everybody in the Discord was able to vote on those incentives. And aside from a couple extenuating circumstances,
shut up, old man. You smell like farts.
every one of those is the incentive that we'll be doing, along with some extra stuff. We'll get into that later. Thank you, Playdask, for the 444 bits. No, I showered today. Okay, you know, my monthly shower, all right? I had to pretty doll myself up for the first of the month because, you know, I mean, tomorrow's my birthday and today's the first day of the Final Fantasy Fiesta.
Good boy.
I'm so nasty!
That works out pretty good, actually. I almost had coffee in my mouth. That wouldn't have been good. I would have not had a white cat anymore. I would have had a brown cat who would have covered my coffee.
Come on down to Friends Anime Emporium for the boobies. That's us over here. Come on down. It's only $29.99 plus $59.99 for the bikini DLC.
I love boobies!
Amazing. Playinastic, thank you for the 444 bits. Grim, thank you for the 266 bits. No Name, thank you for the 411 bits. And Joey, thank you for the 8,008 bits. Can you name the remaining FF6 characters? Fart. Can I... Yeah, you can. I'm not a big fan of that. It's a little just like... It's like I'm not gonna let you name him Jizz. You know, that kind of thing. But Fart is fine. You got it, Joey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there was 8 left. You got him. I think that is all the names. If you want to stick with the former, it's fine. It's just like, it's cozying up to the line. That's all, you know? It's not that big of a deal. And Coconut, can you get your paw off of my mixer? You're making everything crackle, okay? Let's do that. You want to do that? Okay. Done. I appreciate it. Thank you for the consideration. And you got them. Ha. Ha. Yep, that's all the names then. Names are donezo. Cool. Well, thank you very much for all that love and support. We haven't even started. It's like, hey, by the way, everyone is Mr. Thou, yeah. It's like, oh yeah, Jared, Northrex, R2, thou Bip the Clown. All right, but yes, we had everybody vote on the incentives. We'll talk about the ones that didn't get taken, that won the vote, but like every vote was considered. And if we didn't take the highest winning vote, we took the next highest one, and so on and so forth, you know? Shadow of Paradise? You mean Stranger to Paradise? Which we've done twice? Did we do it twice? I think we did Stranger Paradise once or twice in the Fiesta. But yeah, we've done Stranger Paradise once. Okay, we did it on hard mode and then we did all DLC. I thought it was twice as well. Like we ran it once just by itself and then we ran like hard mode all DLC or something like that. But I've never played it on normal actually, so no. Was it twice? I don't know. Either way, we've had it in the Fiesta. So when it comes to non-main Final Fantasy games, and those main Final Fantasy games are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15, and 16, we just kind of, every year is different, you know? Some years we do this game, some years we do that game. We always have the main Final Fantasies, and then what we do extra is dependent on the on the year. So for this year, we have incentives for FF7 Remake and Dirge of Cerberus. In fact, you can see the sub goals down there. It says to unlock Dirge of Cerberus. Once those sub accounts are met on both of our ends, then we'll play Dirge of Cerberus after FF7. Final Fantasy VII Remake is also the incentive for FF7. Yes, thank you, Joey, for the 144 bits, and DJ, thank you for the sub to Doc Cobrin. So those games can be unlocked at that point. Then we have Final Fantasy Tactics. The Evilise Chronicle is our capstone game. And I want to say there was... No, that's it, I think. But anyway, we don't want to play too many games, obviously, because like we want the event to last about 2 months. That's the goal. 2 to 3 months, somewhere in there. Ideally, like 2 months and a couple weeks, right? So just playing everything. I mean, we'd just be cycling through the games every year. We'd never get done, you know? So we change up whatever other games there are on the list, depending on the year and what we want to do that year. At the end of the day, I think there's pretty much nothing that's really escaped our gaze as far as games that we put into the Fiesta at some point. We've done pretty much every side sequel game, like 13-2 Lightning Returns, X2 Revenant Wings, Dirge of Cerberus, Crisis Core twice. We haven't done Crystal Chronicle or any of the Crystal Chronicle games, but those are barely Final Fantasy. And we haven't done any of like the really, really, really vague stuff. I went through what so much faster than 7 did. We're not done. Talking about the incentives? We haven't started yet. What's up, Harv? What's going on? All right. No, I regret to inform you that there is still more to do. Yeah. Sorry to bore you with my over elaborations. gosh. Will this work? No. Hey. Oh, that's okay. Cool. Yeah. All right. So here's the Fiesta website. We're gonna go through the incentives really quick, so people that maybe aren't a part of the Discord, you know what to expect and what's going on. Because Chrono Cross got to collab with another Eden, and then they yeah, I heard that. I saw that too, Rue. I wouldn't count on it, but who knows, right? Joey, thank you for the 355 bits. Thank you very much. The other thing, by the way, that I talked about, like I talked about the 10th anniversary being about the past and the future. So we wanted to bring the community in and vote on all the past incentives. So basically, we took every year and the block of incentives that we had for each year, we put that in a poll, and everybody voted on whatever won. We took that, and then we added, there's a new third incentive, as you see below me, the sub-goal incentive. So now there are 3 incentives for every game. So what we did is we took the winning poll, made that our incentive, and then we thought of a new incentive that worked with that incentive in order to enhance it or make it harder or whatever we wanted to do. And not everyone was a perfect slam dunk, but we thought, hey. First up, we have Final Fantasy 1, which is what we're about to play. It's a shared incentive, and we had polls up for every job slot for everybody to vote on. Well, you guys voted for...
Cool.
4 white mages. Yeah, I don't think that's very cool, but thank you, Joey, for the 123 bits. You all voted for 4 white mages. So we're gonna have 4 white mages the whole way through. For a while, I held out hope that it would be 3 white mages and a monk, or a black belt, or a thief or whatever. And it's actually funny because when you guys did this before, that's what you did. It was like 3 white mages or 2 white mages and 2 monks or something like that. And it was just like, it almost felt like you didn't want to punish us too hard, or there was enough people that wanted to help us that overtook it or whatever. Anyway, it felt like this was the revenge of that. You wanted to get this in so you could give us 4 white mages and make us suffer. Well, congratulations, you did it. So to make things worse, we thought, what would be a good thing to add to that whole 4 white mages? Because, I mean, we're very limited, but things like the mage staff or whatever are going to be really helpful in order to get damage out on some of the higher level enemies. And so what if we just said 4 white mages, but then we can't use spell items? So now we can't use things like the Thor Gauntlet or the Mage Rod or whatever to cast Blizzard, Fire, Lightning, whatever. They cast raw spells or Lit 2 or whatever you want to call it. So we've hit this shared incentive, which means we can't use spell items, and we will be doing 4 white mages. It's gonna be fun, but it's doable. The Final Fantasy Fiesta, this is the 10th year, yep. It began 9 years ago. Oh, that makes sense, Aryan. Yeah, okay. I've played it twice. Yeah. Grinding on Undead a lot? Maybe, probably. Yeah, I mean, once I can get the boat once I can get out of Landlock, that area has a lot of undeads, which would be a good grinding spot. Yeah, more than likely what I'll end up doing. Then we have Final Fantasy 2. So you guys voted for no fight command and no shields. No fight command and no shields, which means we have to use magic only. So now we are having to use magic in order to do anything in the game. But what if we had a limitation on that as well? Like, I don't know, the magic that's learned has to be in class. So what that means is that now if I learn white magic on one character, I cannot learn black magic on them unless I get rid of that white magic. Which means now we have to spec our characters specifically into certain builds instead of just being able to get a bunch of stuff on everybody. So now we have even more limitations on that. The Legend of Heroes Fiesta? Oh, boy. It came out right after the Fiesta. It came out like right after, because it came out in like March or something. So let's go down to Final Fantasy III. So you guys voted get all summons and caster jobs only. The caster jobs only was pretty fun. It basically made us use things that are not used a lot, like Sage, or not Sage, Sage is used a lot, like Summoner and Black Mage and Magus and stuff like that. And we had to use it all the way through. It was really interesting. No, Dragon Quest-a-thon would be like half a year. What's up, Cold Nemesis? Thank you for the 8 months of subbing. Appreciate it. Thank you. But on top of that, now we can only have one of each job. So the rule here will be treated kind of like the 4-job Fiesta, where when you unlock one job, you put everybody on that job. So when you first unlock casters in this game, you get Red Mage, White Mage, and Black Mage. But we have a fourth floater. We can change them to one of the other three until we get our second crystal and unlock more caster jobs, which I think is Geomancer would be the one that's unlocked at that point. And then we have to use those 4 jobs until we unlock more jobs. So we're limited to caster jobs, but now we can't stack jobs. Like, we can't just do 3 Black Mages and a White Mage. Can't do it. Not happening. Which would be what we would do. So now we're forced to use things like Geomancer, we're forced to use things like Summoner or maybe Evoker or something along those lines. It's a lot more limited. On top of that, we have to get all summons, so it actually might make Summoner an end game class we might use for the first time ever in the Final Fantasy Fiesta. Ever. Wow. Wow. In FF4, you guys voted all summon bosses and all sealed treasures. There's only so much we could do to make that more difficult. How about Solo Cecil? Yeah. So now we're gonna do all the summon bosses. That's Leviathan, Ashura, Bahamut, all of that. But now it's Solo Cecil. So we'll be doing all of that with Solo Cecil, which will be fun. We're gonna have 4 corpses being dragged around. I don't know why Final Fantasy V is not showing. Huh, FF5 is messed up. Okay. So, let me see in 1 second. I'm not sure why Final Fantasy V is messed up, but with Final Fantasy V... Okay. With Final Fantasy V, we have the 4-job Fiesta rule set. Sorry, I'm going back to a document that I don't want you guys to see to get the information. We'll be doing the 4-job Fiesta rule set, which is a pretty standard. You guys voted for 4-job Fiesta rule set and then to defeat Omega. Too bad. Thank you, DJ, for the 371 bits and the 299 bits. Or Joey, thank you for the 299 bits. Thank you. But yeah, so we're gonna do the 4-job Fiesta rule set. And we're gonna be defeating Omega, which, you know, Omega can be impossible with the wrong team, but obviously we'll figure that out. I gotta see something. Hold on a second. Checking the Discord. But there's a little bit of a twist that we decided to spin on it, and that is when we get when we get rid of Galoof and get Kryl, we will re-roll Gallo's job. So Gallo could have like samurai or something, which is insane, obviously, right? But if we when we go to get rid of Gallo, now we have to re-roll his job, and we don't have samurai anymore. You know what I mean? So once like we can learn abilities from it, but once we change, we can't learn anything more. But yeah, it's what Fiestas are. It's party. Thank you, Tiger, for the 311 bits. Thank you. Yeah, it's a cool little twist. It is not re-rolling any job of our choice. We could re-roll into Samurai, sure. But we could also re-roll from Dancer to, I don't know, Bard. You know, it's like whoop-dee, right? So, I mean, it could mean nothing. It could mean a lot. But at the end of the day, it's gonna make us change it up. Not every incentive, remember, not every incentive is some kind of like ultra super duper mega challenge. Sometimes it's just making us change the way we play and adapt, because it's a race. So at the end of the day, we have to adapt quickly in order to make sure that we go quickly. And so sometimes just breaking up our normal standard strategies is more important. The reroll is Gallo's job, which is the Earth Crystal. So the Earth Crystal is going to get rerolled because Gallo took his job to the great beyond with him. Basically, that's kind of the play on that, right? That's kind of how we're seeing that. Remember, also in Final Fantasy V, it is now baseline that we get all sealed treasures. So we will always get all sealed treasures every single time, which means we have a little bit more time with Final Fantasy V just off the top, right there, which is cool. It's kind of like with Final Fantasy VI, how we always get all espers and all characters every single time. Although this year you guys voted that we will play the Pixel Remaster with the same incentive, and that incentive is no espers and no relics, which means that it's gonna be like regular magic only or natural magic only. So Celis Terra and whatever we can learn from gear is pretty much all we're gonna have. No relics also really puts a spin on things that makes things a little tight on output. But then we'll also be playing the Pixel Remaster with the same incentive, which also includes no rod breaking. Because we thought, well, if we're super limited, we're probably going to rely on some rods to get some magic out. And FF6 is one of the few Final Fantasies where magic is actually powerful, more powerful than melee. No, FF6 is a classic, not a relic. Come on. We can use sprint shoes. That's fine. We're allowed to use the sprint shoes. That's it. Besides, the Pixel Remaster has an auto run anyway. It doesn't matter. You don't need them. Oh, well, we're not playing me, so it's fine. We can equip a rod. We just can't use it in combat as an item to break it. So rods can be used to cast magic at a very high level, but the rod breaks as a punishment, and they're very expensive. So you want to portion them out a lot. But you can equip them to learn magic if they have any magic learnable. Yes, it just means we can't break the rod. Very, very key word there, breaking. All right, so here's FF6 with the same incentives. FF7. So you guys voted for play Final Fantasy VII Remake with the same incentive as well as Rainbow Rule. Oh, that's the other one I thought it was FF6 Pixel Remaster is the other extra game we have. Rainbow Rule means that we can only have one of each color of materia equipped on each character at a time. So one purple, one red, one blue, one yellow, and one green. Green is magic, yellow is command, blue is effect, purple is like an added effect, and or like a passive rather, and then red is summon materia. So we can only have one of those on each character at any given time, which means 5 materia max, when normally you have like 10, 15, 20 materias, I don't know what the max is, all playing a part in your build. Not anymore. So that's going to be a big difference there. It's a fun rule to play with. We've done it before, obviously, because these are voted. And we thought, well, with Rainbow Rule and plain Remake already, what would be a better addition to that? Dirge of Cerberus. Why not? You guys ask about it a lot, and we'll play it. So Dirge of Cerberus is the new third incentive. So it'll pretty much be a playthrough we've done before in the Fiesta, but it's a fun one. And then Remake and Dirge on top of that. These don't have incentives, obviously. So with Final Fantasy VIII, you guys voted all character and GF cards, but we can't mod them, and get all final weapons. So that means we'll have the max weapon for each character. We'll get all the rare character and Guardian Force cards from Triple Triad, but we will not be able to card mod them. Now, keep in mind that we can still card mod anything not character or GF card. This is essential because the third incentive is... Oh, no, it's not about the third incentive. It's about the weapons. We need to be able to mod in order to get parts for our weapons, and if we took away all modding, it would be a nightmare. Not to mention there's a lot of RNG in this, and so we modified the incentive from the previous year to make it a little bit more reasonable. But our third incentive is sticky magic, which means that once magic hits a character, it's there forever. We cannot transfer magic from character to character. So we will need to build all 6 of our team because the game forces you between the different groups and teams of the in the game. So we will have to make sure every character has some magic to equip in order to get stats. Because in FF8, the way you get stats is by assigning magic to a stat, and that stat gets powered up by the amount of magic and the higher level of magic that it is. There might be a lot of draw, but there might be a lot of card modding as well. Some cards are excluded. No, it's not. It's specifically all character and GF cards, but we can't mod them. That's it. As written. Exactly as written. It's not some caveat or exclusion or anything. It's exactly as it's written. Right there. Stinky magic. That would work. Yeah, the biggest thing Space Cowboy is going to be spreading out our GFs. That's going to be a big one right there, right? The Poo Poo card is not a requirement because it is not a character or GF card. Character cards are like Cypher, Squalls, Zell, Adia, Renoa, and then, Ifrit, Shiva, Bahamut, all that kind of stuff. Those are the character and GF cards. They're the ones with the gold border. Laguna, yeah. I do believe Laguna is a character that does have a card. Yes. Final Fantasy IX, we have a very similar one with all summons and all ultimate weapons. No, this does not include Excalibur 2. Come on, guys, you know the rules of the Final Fantasy Fiesta. We can't run away from encounters. There's no way we're getting to the end of the game in 12 hours. It's not happening. Not without being able to run away. No, we will not be getting Excalibur 2. Obviously, that's just not possible in the Fiesta.
Let me kiss that boo-boo better.
Yeah. I don't know why I said that. Thank you, No Name, for the 211 bits. Some character cards can be missed. We will use the internet if we need to, Phantom, but I'm pretty sure every single card can eventually be gotten from the Card Queen at some point if you miss something. Have fun catching 99 frogs. Yep. 99 frogs was boy, that was fun. That one year we did it. Boy, howdy. And then, of course, all chocographs, which actually kind of plays into these two because, like, Freya's and Steiner's weapon come from all chocographs anyway, but it does mean we have to do all the chocographs. So we'll be doing some Chocobo Hot and Cold, going up to the Sky Castle. Maybe we can even fight Ozma, because if we fight Ozma, we will get a Pumice, and Pumice is needed for the Arc Summon. However, there's also defeating Hades for a Pumice piece, and then the Pumice piece you get from the Highwind. You could do it that way as well.
Burn to the ground!
Thank you, Node, for the 177 bits. It's debatable. There aren't any other restrictions. We are getting ultimate weapons. We can use any other character we want. But here's the rub. See, the third incentive is half AP. So, can we really do Ozma with half AP? Oh, it's rounded down too, by the way. So if I have 19 AP, I can use 9. Half AP as our third incentive. So yeah, we do get to have all the summons and ultimate weapons and all the chocographs and everything and all that gear that comes with that. But defeating Ozma as a potential quick option to getting Arc, No. Maybe not. I don't know. It's called AP. AP in this economy? Yeah. So it's going to be rough. And I'd also like to point out that AP is responsible for a huge chunk of your damage because you get things like MP attack and all the Slayer type abilities that like multiply your damage. That's how melee team works so well, is because you get things like MP attack and Slayers that just give you like ×8 damage and you just obliterate things. But with half AP, we're going to have to be very picky about what we pick. No status immunities, probably. I don't know. Grand Cross is going to mess with us big time because we won't really be able to make many immunities out of that. So it'll be fun. I wonder what team I'll use because I'm kind of considering some different options with this build. I might go a different route than I normally do. And then we have Final Fantasy X. So you guys voted for Final Fantasy X2. Okay, you guys voted to play Final Fantasy X2, which was one of the incentives that we had a long time ago. But we also had a super boss vote between Penance, Visengatorax, and Yasmat. And you voted for Penance, which means Final Fantasy X is our major incentive of the year, which is Penance. Penance is a bitch. Very in-game stats are required in order to fight Penance. There will be some grinding. We will be grinding. I have only defeated Penance legitimately once, and guess what? It was during the Final Fantasy Fiesta. So this is like, yeah. It's a good time. It really is. I like the Final Fantasy X grinding, and grinding are some of the best streams I've ever had in 10 years of streaming. So the grind will be a good time, but we're going to be playing some Final Fantasy X in order to get up to the power level of Penance. Oh, but just to make things a little bit more difficult, it's girl party only, which you might be thinking, what does that mean? But it's also kind of this whole like, well, Final Fantasy X2 technically won, and that's like, you know, YRP girl power game. And we thought, well, we can make it a little bit more difficult, but also kind of lean into the whole idea that you guys voted for X2 to be played with having the girl party only, which is Yuna, Riku, and Lulu. And why this is a little bit more difficult? Well, first off, Riku's the only one that can swim. And this isn't like the force change incentive before, where we have to force in B team or whatever. We can't. This isn't force swap. Okay, this is girl party only, which means they're not usable at all. Like, if we get into the water, our other two teammates, they're corpses. Obviously, everybody gets rezzed at the beginning of the battle every time, no matter what, and the spheres have a full restore, but they'll die. They'll be a target for a couple rounds, whatever, big deal. But like generally speaking, we have to only use the girls. The other characters cannot be used. Before, we could use them if they were the only available characters, but now we cannot use them. So it's actually more difficult whenever we get into situations where we are forced to have a team without a girl. Obviously, in the beginning, like, you have to use Titus. Obviously, there are some points where you have to use another character. But like in the event of this, when we have a girl character available, they have to be used. And if we have a girl character available, then we cannot use the guys. Period. Yeah, sure. It's just that easy, Zohar. It's just that easy. So easy. Anyway, there's another added effect to this. And obviously Riku and Yuna are probably among the two more powerful characters because of the major difference between one character and another is their overdrive. But getting to the point where we can start grinding those stats is going to be really rough without somebody that can actually just like attack. So the start of the grind for Penance is going to be a pain. There's going to be all sorts of things where we have to change things up because we don't have Titus to rely on. We don't have like any of those overdrives to rely on. We don't have any of those other melee characters that can do reliable, consistent damage to rely on. We have to now utilize Yuna, Lulu, Riku 100% of the time that we're capable of. The Aeons are all girls. The Aeons are part of Yuna's kit, so it's fine. Maggie, thank you for the 9 months of subbing. Thank you. I will use standard because I know how to utilize it, but we can use whatever one we want. If he wants to use the expert grid, he can use the expert grid. I will be using standard because I think it's better for me. I know how to utilize it better. So Final Fantasy 12, you guys voted 1 job per character and random jobs. So not only are we limited to a single job instead of the 2 jobs, but we're limited to random jobs that are randomly rolled and given to us, and duplicates are possible. So we could get all mechanists if we get unlucky enough. But I thought, okay, what's something that we could do to limit this even more? And I thought, let's bring back another incentive as well, but update it. So a couple years back, or was it last year, we had this incentive where a number of licenses was equal to 2 times the experience level. And admittedly, this was a mistake. It was not nearly as limiting as I thought it was. I thought it was going to be severely limiting. It was not. So we're going to run it back, but we're going to update it. Now it's the number of licenses is equal to your XP levels. So if you're level 10, you can only have 10 licenses learned. Licenses are how you get your stats, how you get equipment, how you get spells, how you get pretty much everything in the game. And so limiting the amount of licenses that you have will be significant. Not only that, but we have a random job, but we only have 1 job. If you know anything about the TZA version of the game, when you get your second job, you could get a license in one grid and it'll open up something and potentially very deep into the grid in your second job. And can use that bouncing around to maximize the better licenses in order to, fulfill a better, more powerful character. So not only are we having the amount of available licenses that we get from the previous time we used this incentive, but now we have to start from the beginning and have a path from the beginning somewhere that gets us what we want. You think it needs to be half your level? I think if you got both jobs, then yes. But with 1 job equal to level, I think is fine. So this may require us to grind a little bit in order to be able to equip, armor. But we'll see how it goes. It could be very interesting. It could be not. We'll find out. But having the amount of licenses and preventing us from jumping around, that's a significant hit on the previous output that we had from this incentive. So it should be a really good time. I'm really excited for it. Well, as far as this goes, I'll keep a document. I'll have a little notepad that every time I learn some stuff, I'll write down how much I've learned. And so that way it's okay, Van has learned, 12 abilities, he's level 50, and I can learn 3 more, that kind of thing. If we have to plan, does that mean no reset? We can reset our license grid if that's what you mean. We can reset that, yeah. Oh, Final Fantasy 13 is also not listed. Wonder where that is. All right, let me go to the document here. All right, so Final Fantasy 13. You guys voted for the 2 rolls allowed and default weapons only. 2 rolls allowed, default weapons only. So what this means, and it's not showing, I don't know why. What this means is that when you set up your paradigms, you have 6 paradigms that you can set up your characters to have different roles, and you swap between those paradigms during combat in order to fulfill whatever you need to do in the battle. Everybody has 3 main roles, like Lightning as a commando, Ravager, and a medic, right? But we will only be able to represent 2 of those roles in all 6 of our paradigms. So if we say Lightning uses Ravager and Commando, you can only have Ravager and Commando assigned to any of the 6 paradigms, period. So you can only represent 2 of the 3 roles at any given time in any of the 6 paradigms. So it's a severely limiting thing because switching between different roles across your paradigms is very important. So now when I get Fang, I'm gonna have to decide, is Saboteur more important, or is Sentinel more important, or is Commando more important? Which of these are more important? And all these roles are all very, very useful. Synergist, Saboteur, Commando, Ravager, Sentinel, they're all important in different ways. I'll probably be swapping up roles quite a bit depending on where I am in the game. So but we also wanted to kind of spice this up a little bit too, and we thought, well, okay, this was another one of the limitations, or sorry, the votes that we had to kind of irk on, because we already had so many extra games being played, and like I said before, we have to limit the amount of long incentives and extra games that we play because, we want this to finish in 2 to 3 months. So you guys voted actually that the winning vote would be to play 13-2 when Lightning returns. which is 2 pretty long games on for that, which is we just do not have the time for in this year's Fiesta. So we thought, what's a way to limit everything and make it more spicy, but also kind of lean into that idea? Well, anytime that Lightning is available as the character, she must be the controlled character at all times. So Lightning main character, which is only really in the back half of the game, but that's where it matters the most, is the back half of the game. So, Lightning kind of sucks. She's kind of the jack of all trades. She doesn't really perform well as a medic, and the only thing that she's really okay at is a Ravager because her animation speed's pretty decently fast. And she doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. Ravager isn't a DPS spec anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. But like, medic, not usable. Commando, not really good. You can't do SAS Blitz to exploit that. You can't take advantage of using SAS as a synergist or Hope as a synergist to make sure that you get the right spells that you need at the right time. Like, entirely reliant on the AI synergist and saboteurs and the sentinels. Oh my god, that's gonna be fun. Now, however, there are a lot of points in the beginning and the first half of the game where we'll have to use other characters, but once we get to Pulse, it's Lightning main character all the way through. Are the 2 roles per character game permanent? Yeah, they're all permanent. What do you mean, are they permanent? Like, the whole game? Yes. That's the whole point of these incentives, is that they apply the whole game. All of them. Impact, thank you for 57 months! Favorite rhythm game. Okay, Final Fantasy 15, you guys voted all hunts. Oh, we can change it up anytime. We can change whatever roles are represented as long as only 2 are represented. We don't have to just pick one and exclude the other one for the rest of the game. That would be deadly. That would be Softlock City. There's no way. You guys voted all hunts on Final Fantasy 15. Now, last year we had a bit of a gentleman's agreement. This wasn't part of the rules. We did this as a self-inflicted punishment for you guys, and that was not using the ring in Final Fantasy 15. However, we are rescinding that for this year for a number of reasons. First off, because we already had a lot of really long incentives, and you know, we want to kind of spice things up and make things a little bit different. On top of that, the third incentive to sort of kind of cancel out anything that we do here, we have to defeat Omega as our third bonus shared incentive. And Omega cannot be ringed. Everything else, ringed. Omega cannot be ringed. Tiger, thank you for the 2 months of subbing. Thank you. Ring spam the mountain, yes. Yeah, this is going to be fun with the ring. It's going to be hilarious and fun and just a good time. It's going to be a different way we handled the all hunts last year because we will have to change up our strategies, and it'll just be fun to just destroy everything with the ring. It's going to be fun. But yeah, Omega can't be ringed. So, yeah. Comes down to ring luck? Nah, not really. No, I disagree. Because ring luck is, it's pretty good. Like, you're gonna have to get really unlucky for that to make a significant difference in anybody's playthrough. Suntop, thank you for 61 months of subbing. Thank you. Yep, let's hope that we don't get glitched out of the arena with Omega this year. All right. So, main Final Fantasy game, which is Final Fantasy 16. So we did not do a poll for this one because there's only been 2 years of FF16. So there's not really a whole lot to vote from, and there's a lot that we can still do with the game. So we decided that we will play the Rising Tide and the Echoes of the Fallen DLCs. We will play them through completely and finish them both. And then we have the shared third incentive to play the Chronolith Trials, which are like a elemental challenge thing that you can do. And they're pretty fun. They're pretty fun, but they're difficult. So this should be fun. Now, our capstone game this year is probably of no surprise to most people. It's Final Fantasy Tactics Ivalice Chronicles, the remaster that just came out. We played this already on stream, and it was an excellent remaster. I'm very excited to play this again. It'll be fun because this game actually has voice acting for everything in the game, unlike the original PlayStation version, obviously. So we get some chill story time, you know, a wonderful voice talent that did the voice acting for this game, including Ben Starr, by the way, as Dysadarg. But this is our capstone game, Final Fantasy Tactics Ivalice Chronicles. We have a shared incentive to do the Deep Dungeon, which is like the end game ultimate dungeon. And then we have a shared incentive to do a 4-job Fiesta rule set on top of the deep dungeon. If you look in the Discord, we have split up the jobs into 4 sections, much like the 4 crystals of Final Fantasy V. That's where the 4-job Fiesta comes from. And each chapter, because there's 4 chapters in the game, we will unlock a new crystal, roll for one of those random jobs, and that job will be available to us. So in the beginning, we'll only have 1 job available, and then when we get to chapter 2, we unlock a 2nd job, and then we can utilize those. And then when we get to the 4 jobs, it's the same like Final Fantasy V. We have to represent each one of those jobs at least once somewhere. Now, some jobs require that I level up other jobs in order to unlock them. We will simply go into a random battlefield and grind out the jobs necessary in order to unlock them, and then immediately exit the battle or finish it or whatever. We cannot learn any of the abilities in the jobs that we did not roll, period. But that's it, period. Can't learn any of those jobs. Oh, I agree, Jono. FF16 is fantastic. It's amazing. In fact, all the main Final Fantasies are fantastic. But there you go. There is our Final Fantasy 2025 incentive lineup. We got a lot of stuff planned, and well, there's more things on the way as well. So I hope you enjoy it. I'm pretty excited, but also terrified at the same time. 3 incentive is a real. That's something else. I think I'm going to take my sweater off because I'm getting a little warm. It was so cold. I was freezing earlier. You know, a calculator wouldn't really be all that useful if I got a knight and a monk beforehand, would it? Monk, ninja, and then calculator? What am I going to do with that? Literally, there is a potential for a completely worthless character. Danzel, thank you for the 333 bits.
I'm a sucker for a good bang.
I'd be bonking people with a book, that's for sure. Thank you, Grim, for the 569 bits. Thank you. Actually, calculator, they use books. I think it's arithmetician now as well, by the way. But yeah. See, a calculator isn't just an automatic win. Who's ready for some Final Fantasy, huh? I think we're good to go to actually play video games now. But yeah, I hope you guys are excited. There's a ton of stuff. There's 3 incentives now. These are some severe limitations, extra games, all sorts of stuff coming in. So it's definitely an interesting.
Oh, are you still playing this thing?
Year this time. Yeah, we're still playing it. We played it a total of 0 minutes and 0 seconds, and we're still playing it. Thank you, Joey, for the 301 bids. Thank you. All right. I hate these names. You guys are jerks. Except Miracle Whip, who is just imitation mayo. You know, I have to admit, every year you guys have some amazing names, and sometimes, you know, you guys do homages to your friends or family or something like that. But oftentimes you have some really, really hilarious and painful names. Coconut? Fuck off. Like, no, dude. I'm gonna send you out of here if you keep that up. I can't reach for my coffee because he keeps trying to bite my arm, this little fucker. Like, I just want my, no, stop it. Bro. Excuse me. I mean, mayo's an instrument if you use it right, I guess. The Great Mayo Wars. This is the time where this is the prequel to the Great Mayo Wars, because there was a time where they all got along and fought together to save the world, but after that there was a division, a rift amongst them. All right, well, you guys got appraised on all the Final Fantasy Fiesta incentives. You guys know how to hit them. You've already hit 1 and 2 and 3. Holy shit, when did you hit 3? What? I don't know how far 7 is on the incentives, but I'm pretty sure you guys have hit 3 for him as well. So all the incentives up through Final Fantasy 3 have been hit, including the 3rd bonus incentive. So we are good to go on all of those without having to worry about it. The Final Fantasy Fiesta, the 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta, begins now. I will be taking Sunday, Monday off. The days off for me are Sunday, Monday. But the days off for 7 are like Tuesday, Wednesday or something. The wind dies. But don't worry, it'll respawn. I hate mayonnaise, Scooby. Like, I hate mayonnaise. It makes me sick. I want to throw up every time I smell mayonnaise. And chat knows it. That's why they're all named after mayo brands. The seas rage. Oh, that's why they're so salty. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You might need to refresh the browser by closing it completely. The earth decays. Because it might be a cache thing, because we had it updated very specifically yesterday. But the people believe in a prophecy, patiently awaiting its fulfillment. No, mayonnaise is disgusting. You open a jar, I smell it, and I want to throw up, literally. When darkness veils the earth, the warriors of Mayo shall come. After a long journey, 4 young Mayos did at last appear. And in the hand of each...
What a stupid mission.
...was clutched a bottle of Mayo. That is a stupid mission. Thank you, Joey, for the 188 bits. Save the world, these dumb crystals. What a stupid mission. Oh, the Mayo heroes. Thank you, best friend, for the 123 bits. Yeah.
Gimme!
You can have all the damn mayo. Aioli's fine because it doesn't taste like fucking mayo, does it? Having mayo in it is fine. Mayo is disgusting. It makes me want to throw up. Okay, just hammers. They're the only thing I can get. Of course we're gonna go for class promotion. Are you joking? Why the fuck would we not go for class promotion? Why would that be a choice that we would make? Why? Especially with 4 white mages, we wouldn't even be able to get holy at the end. There's some rare spawns there's some rare spawns with the bestiary for sure. You're gonna want to probably use a bestiary guide in order to make sure you don't, screw that up, because there are some perma-missables. I like me some mustard, but I only like regular yellow mustard. I don't particularly care for Dijon or anything. Huh. 10 save files, 10th year Final Fantasy. Okay. Dancel, thank you for the 169 bits. Nice. Remember, we are not allowed to use fast forward functions in the Final Fantasy Fiesta. It is not allowed. So that means... Okay. I will send a message. So that means we have to select our actions. We can't use the speed up functions or anything. That has always been a factor in the Final Fantasy Fiesta since fast forward functions have been enabled. Fast travel is fine. That is not a fast forward function. Jeff with 56 months. What's wrong with using fast forward? Because it's boring to watch. And also the way fast forward is utilized, it kind of creates a potentially unfair environment depending on what happens with each of us. But yeah, like, especially with FF12 with, like, the 8 times speed, it just turns into this, like, everything dies, you know? It's not fun. It's a boring view for everybody else, and it just speeds through the game instead of enjoying it, you know? It's not so bad. So far. I'm just gonna grind for a few levels, by the way. Before we, okay. But yeah, before we go to Garland, we're gonna probably want about level 4, maybe 5. And yes, as Arian said, the website is a volunteer effort, so slight issues or bugs can happen, and you know, people are busy, so they can't always get on it right away. But we specifically fixed the day off thing yesterday. It should be showing correctly. But yeah, website guy says that
A lot of fiends here, y'all. Don't talk like that.
I mean, there are a lot of feeds here. Thank you, Joey, for the 310 bids. Website guy says that if you're seeing weekends for 7, then that's incorrect, and it's old information, and it's not what the website is currently set to. I don't know. Yeah, it should say weekends for me. Saturday and Sunday is for me. But not for 7. I said Sunday, Monday? No, Saturday. Oh, did I? Sorry, Saturday, Sunday for me. I must have gotten, like, viewer choice brain on that, you know? course, I'm the problem. I say Sunday, Monday so often because of viewer choice. It just like, and you know, my brain is all over the place right now. Fiesta, man, it's like just, it gets me. It's a very stressful time in a good way, you know, and so my mind is just all over the place, and I revert back to automated responses like Sunday, Monday, viewer choice. I barely even know where I am.
To the ground!
Yeah. Might be a solution. Thank you, Grim, for the 177 bits. But yeah, we were talking about the fast forward, and I didn't get to resolve that conversation, and I think my brain just went on autopilot. By the way, we don't use fast forward because it's boring and it's stinky, and it makes for a boring viewing experience. And then it takes away game time from the Fiesta. You know, we want you, especially with the Pixar Masters, these things go fast. If we were able to use the fast forward, we'd be done with Final Fantasy II by the first day. But as a note, if I do like this on accident where I pop into fast forward really quick and take it off, it's not a big deal. But if I run away from an encounter, I reset immediately. I'm just gonna autosave really quick. Yeah. Exactly. You know, little candlelight dinner, little flirting. You know, we're not just going straight in for the kill, okay? We want to enjoy the Fiesta. We want to enjoy Final Fantasy and just treat it right, you know?
Well, excuse me, princess.
Okay, that's actually excellent alert there. Thank you, Joey, for the 399 bits. That's... It's like getting the best steak you've ever had in your entire life and then just like ripping into it and swallowing it in 2 seconds, or just like savoring the juices flowing over your tongue with each tender taste. Or throwing A1 or ketchup on it or something. Enjoy your lurks, Boom Baby. Thank you for bringing things to my attention. Just get a nice thick mayo crust and throw it in the deep fryer. One more level, we'll go to the end, we'll see how things go. Oh, I should probably get the spells on the rest of them. So I was gonna get Protect on 2 of them. And then Blink on the other 2. So I have... Huh? Oh, they all blink. Sorry. Oh. Oh, right. Dia on the other 2. I did that wrong. I meant to get Blink on 2 and Dia and Protect on the other 2. It's fine. It's not. It's the first level spell. It's not going to matter any. Jonas, when I first played the first Pixar Master FF1, this one when it first came out, as soon as the opening like field music started, man, I was a freaking emotional wreck, dude. Like it's just so good, and it's like it's everything that you remember it sounding like, but obviously it didn't on the NES. You know, it sounded so much different. But it's like it's what you remember as a kid. It felt like, you know. What up, girl? Mayo will knock you down. Oh. Oh, Blink is only... Okay. Well, it's actually better than everybody has Blink, because you can only cast it on yourself. Okay, wow. Alright, that's gonna change things up a little bit here. Drown in a sea of mayonnaise! Ah! By the way, white mages do get a lot of HP, so there is a possibility of being tanky. Cool, drawn in a mayo, fun. Thank you, Ziggy, for the 123 bits. Thank you. Ouchie. You're not supposed to do that. That's cheating. Easy. Yeah, the white mages flip you off whenever they're casting. Garland down, easy game. On to the next. I blinked 4 times.
Good boy.
Well, you know, you gotta win somehow. Crib, thank you for the 266 bits. It's a time save. Gotta get the loot time save. Oh man, I did that bad. Well, I did not get the loot time save. If you try to leave, she'll tell you, say, come back and take the loot. It's one whole step saved if you talk to her, but you have to, you know, go left and up, and that's hard to do. So, you know, I failed. Bring up FF10 and pretend that's how far you are. I mean, he's gonna come in and he's gonna see me playing Final Fantasy 1. So I mean, you know. What's up, App Claus? Happy Fiesta. What? Wait. You grinded to level 99 on imps? And wolves? Well, you know, if you just promise them a nice square 4 meals, they'll automatically just work like that. Yep, that's how that works. Just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and you too can build a bridge in 15 seconds. Might not last very long, but it'll be there. You know, maybe some small animals and bugs can use it. All right. Oh, this isn't how you play, Zazu? Oh, that's Mayo, and that's Mayo, and then you can see the silhouette of Mayo over there too. Cool. I always love that the start of the Fiesta begins with this, you know? It's just, the way the Fiesta begins and ends is just both, like, so amazing, because it begins with this epic scene with the beginning of the first Final Fantasy, and ends with something fulfilling and meaningful with the last one, you know? Every time. It's always so cool. And so, the quest for Mayo began. As the 4 warriors of Mayo, they felt overwhelmed by the great task Ketchup had placed before them. They did not even know the true significance of the 4 Mayo jars they held in their hands. The Mayo that once, long ago, held a light that shone so brilliantly. The time for their journey had come. The time to cast off the veil of mustard and bring the world once more into the light. I like mustard, yes. But mustard's a powerful flavor. You need to use it sparingly and in the right things. Like hot pastrami and mustard, jalapenos, onions, pepperoncinis, that's where mustard shines. Pastrami, strong flavors, where it complements it. But if you put mustard on like a steak, I'm gonna slap you in the face. You know, straight up. Like, I'm just gonna slap you. I'm like, you're gonna put that mustard on there. I'm gonna kick your fucking door in randomly because it will summon me, and I'm gonna slap you in the face. You know? Like, that's just how it works. What's up, Yagamoth? And Ari, thank you for gifting 3 months to Yagamoth. Thank you. I am going to have some precautions here. Oh, first thing I want to do is that. Okay. I'm gonna, yeah. Real quick. I just want to fight something and see how it works. Ow. Okay, well, I can fight one crazy horse but nearly die. Let's see how far I can make it. I think if I just blink at the beginning of each battle, it should be fine. There are certain sauces that... What? Why am I getting ogres here? Like any other time I play this game, I would love to get ogres here. But no, I'm playing the game with 4 white mages, and then I get ogres here. Why would Final Fantasy do this to me? Why would Final Fantasy do this to me? But yeah, like there are some sauces that work pretty alright with a steak. But generally speaking, it's like a sauce that's made from the rendering of the fat or something like that, you know? Generally speaking. I prefer, I actually don't particularly care for Dijon. I will, however, have Dijon with like a bratwurst or the right kind of brat, or like a hot pastrami or corned beef sandwich from the right deli, you know. So glad I have Protect and Blink, so I can still get hit for a lot of damage. But yeah, mayo and ketchup both make me retch when I smell them. I hate them both. Mustard, it's fine. Bow, 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 meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. This is gonna be so much XP. Like, I am actually going to probably run back to the first town after this because this is gonna give me so much XP. Actually, you know what? I can just save it and I can make it to the second town. It's about the same distance. Go, go, go. Why? It's over. It's ogre. It's all ogre. It's it. This is all ogre. Dude, ogres are kind of rare up here. So, like, the fact that I got ogres 2 battles in a row is such a slap in the face to the 4 white mage run, because normally this would be amazing. I'd be like, sweet, ogres, I'm gonna get so much XP, it's gonna really help with my grind. No, not this time, of course. That's an ogre battle, yes. You know why Miracle Whip is down and the others aren't? Fake mayonnaise. Fake mayonnaise can't stand up to where real mayonnaise can. Oh my god. Ogre dies? Nope. That's it. It's over. It's all ogre. Helmets is holding out. Nope.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake?
Yeah. Boom!
That's why I saved it. Thank you, Plain Isaac, for the 300 bids. And that's also why not being able to run away from battles is the hardest part about the Final Fantasy Fiesta. Meow, meow, meow. What's up, Sneak? Doing good. How are you? I think this is a little bit better because we don't have the Giga Swarms in the back row, and I can get them first. Rip. Maybe not. Clearly some very misguided people made that clinic. What, how can you heal people with demon semen? You heard what I said. Ogres have about 110 HP, so we're actually about halfway through this ogre. We actually might win this. Come on, let's go! Well, we don't have synced XP anymore, but we made it to the second town. Bluesy, thank you for 21 months. But unfortunately, we gotta res our third one. Arise, fallen Mayo! I've doubled my defense. Doubled. From 1 to 2. Alright, no new weapons. I don't think I get a new weapon until the Mithril Hammer, which is after the key. So... that actually could be good. This is definitely going to be good. Everybody's going to get this one. Ask the black mage in the shop to join my team, right? No kidding. Well, this doesn't bode well. I mean, not right now. The fights aren't taking that long.
What did you say? A horse wiener? Now, that's dangerous.
The real danger of these encounters definitely within that. Thank you, Arya, for the 1,111 bits. That's the real danger here. So there's a white mage robe or something, I forget what it is, but there's an item that casts party wide invis, which is really good because it does stack, and you can just get tons and tons of evasion on your team. But I can't do that because we're not allowed to use spell items, or items as spells, items that cast spells. But I can still cast invis too when I get it. So the one nice thing about the spell items in this game is that they are spells that you can get, but you know, obviously I'm limited because I can't use the black mage ones. Yeah, I'll pass on that one, Zazu. You can do that. No, we don't practice the incentives. So we don't like in some cases, like, yes, we have done them because these were all previously done incentives that were voted on by chat. That's the whole 10th anniversary theme. But there's an additional challenge or incentive for each game, so it's not something that any of us have done. These are all unique to the Final Fantasy Fiesta. We don't practice or anything like that in order to like learn the incentive or the challenge or whatever. It's always off the cuff. It'd be kind of boring if we practiced them because, first off, it would be like I'd have no free time practicing 16 Final Fantasies. That would just be ridiculous. But second, it's just like, what's the point, you know? It's about doing it as a challenge with all of you, you know? Yeah, but even then, a lot of them work differently on the Pixar Master version, you know? Stop! It's hammer time. BGG Bonk gonna get a lot of use for this this game. Uh-huh, yeah, Kingdom Hearts. If Kingdom Hearts is Final Fantasy, I'm done. I think we'll get to level 7, and then we'll see how the pirates go. Meow, 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 meow. Wow, Kraft got some HP. Unfortunately, he's the one with... I guess it doesn't really matter who has Blink and who has Protect, right? What's POP? Oh, the Peninsula Power, yeah. Honestly, most of those things that were kind of like removed were basically not intended to begin with. So if it doesn't exist in the Pixar Master, either it was a quality of life update or a bug fix, or can't really call it a bug fix because this is made in Unity, and obviously the original games were not made in Unity. It's Fiesta time! Jeebus, thank you for 14 months! Well, it's also important to note that the Pixar Masters were actually done in-house, whereas any of the other ports, like the PlayStation 1 port or the PSP remake, They were not done in-house by Square, but the Pixar Masters were primarily done in-house. So they actually knew what was intended, whereas the other groups just made it one for one, basically. Yeah, you know, not everybody, oftentimes somebody might complain about like, oh, it's not exactly like the original, which is ridiculous. Like, why would you want to have exactly like the original? Just play the original, right? Come on, Coconut. Oh. But like, nobody ever complains about having to buy one item at a time. What? Don't you want it exactly like the original? It was Coconut. Ginger already left. But it's getting close to their afternoon feeding time, so that's probably why they're getting up. Right, Arceus, right. What about that artistic integrity being compromised? Oh, for shame. I don't need to practice any Final Fantasy. There are plenty of methods in order to play the originals that are methods to play the originals that I will not talk about any further. I don't know why I went into town. That was only the first battle. I know somebody when I was playing World of Warcraft, there was one of the guildmates, like this is during vanilla. He had a kid, and whenever he needed to grind materials for raids and stuff, he would just have his kid do it. So his kid got a chance to play. He didn't care. He would go and mindlessly grind mobs forever. He would even make him farm reputations and everything. It was kind of mean, but also whatever. Kid got to play, you know. Vanitas, what's up? What's NR or N9? I don't know what that means. If I had a kid, I'd probably do something similar. You know, I wouldn't trust them fully with my game or my account, but I'd let them have an opportunity to be a part of it, you know? Yeah, once I can teach the cats to mindlessly grind out all my levels and stuff, it's so ogre. All Black Mage Party? Black Mage Party would be easy. You'd have damage. You wouldn't need to worry about taking damage because you just kill everything. Your grandson just turned 1 and you're only 39. Whew! All right, you think we can beat up some pirates? Let's try. Who needs blink? Ow, I do. Oh, stop it. Stop it. You have potions to heal with. Plus you have the healing staff you can use. And healing helms. Why did it go to the second one? I thought, okay, whatever then. Oh, not with the no spell items. Yeah, right. No, of course. But I mean, when you have, like, especially when you get the raw spells, like Fire 2 and everything, it's all AoE. And so you're just AoE blasting everything. You might take some damage, but you heal out of combat. You should be fine. The Pixel Remaster versions of the game also have, potions, ethers, high potions, Phoenix Downs. You'd be fine. Oh no, I mean, I'm not making a judgment. That's just, it's very young to change your life around to raise a kid, you know? I'm a cat dad. I got 7 cats. That's enough for me. Oh, maybe you didn't hear. We adopted two other kittens a few months back. Well, that was actually easy. I thought this was supposed to be hard, chat. Come on. Give me your boat, bitch. I'll be taking that. Into the pocket the boat goes. This is where you put the boat when you're not using it. Out of my way. I got important things to do. Rats are pretty cool pets. They're not so filthy when they're not, you know, running around in the sewers all day long, right? So it's not so bad. They're actually pretty clean animals normally. All within 2 minutes after Pirates, all 3 of us. Wow, really? Wow. Wow. Interesting. Well, this is where the real grind begins, though, because I will not be going into the Marsh Cave until I have about 250 HP on everybody. Period. Full stop. So that's going to be about level, what, 15 or something like that? Maybe a little bit more. That's kind of annoying, you know, every time you want to call your rat, you're like, hey, the chipmunks, come here. Come here, the chipmunks. You know, it's a little awkward, I think. I would love to get a tame fox pet, but it's work. And expensive. I've heard tame foxes actually get trained to use the cat box, so it's fine, but I've not actually seen it in practice. We grinding? Yeah, oh yeah. It's gonna be a long grind from here on out until we can do the marsh cave. Once we do the marsh cave, the grinding will go down quite a bit because I'll be able to get mithril hammers and I'll have a lot better equipment and everything. But I'm gonna probably need the copper amulets for defenses, and I'm going to need a lot of HP and spell charges for that marsh cave because that place is rough, period, let alone with this whole setup. Sunny and warm. It's like winter refuses to happen. Yeah, it does present a problem, but they're so cute. You had Snow Villiers personally come to your house? Wow. That's cool. Oh, I need to get my magic rest of what I need here. So everybody should have Invis. Then I think a silence on a couple will be good. I don't think I'm going to care about that, but I might. I mean, no. It's a wasted charge. I think the null spells are going to be massively important. So I'll probably just... I only really need like one person with null shock though. It's weird that they give you null shock this early because you don't really face lightning until like Tiamat. So why, you know? But there is a null all as well. A null all is just busted. Oh yeah, you get lightning in Final Fantasy 13, right? Of course. Slow but steady. No real problems. Steady as she goes. I'm gonna get one more level here before I hit up on the ship, and then I'll go to Elfheim, and then we'll grind on ogres and wolves for a bit. A bit. It'll be a bit. Yeah, I've heard that foxes are basically like cats and dogs. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, cats are perfectly good. I love cats. They're adorable, they're clean, they're easy to take care of, and they're very good companions. So I don't really need like a exotic pet, you know, to feel better about myself or something, as much as it would be cool to be able to have like a fox that was actually trained and everything, but I'm fine with cats. I like my cats. My cats are awesome. No, we actually kind of decided that the petrified strategy was not okay. Like, it was fine for that year because it was kind of something we had just discovered, but we won't be using it ever again. Well, that's how cats were domesticated. Cats basically domesticated themselves because they realized that they could get fed by just hanging around barns. And so, yeah. Yeah, we decided collectively that we were not going to use the statue strategy anymore. It was fine last year, we allowed it, but this year, no. Oops, it's alright. I thought about it too. It is a very useful strat, but it does trivialize some stuff. Hi, Maya, come here. Meow, 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 meow. I mean, they can be vicious, but I mean, just like any other animal. I wouldn't keep one as a pet. They get into stuff like crazy. Cats get into things, but like not quite as badly as a raccoon would. You know, or a ferret, right? You can check the website, fffiesta.com. It has all the incentives. There are blanket rules, like we're not allowed to run away from battles, or like glitch or exploit. Well, we can exploit the game. We can't glitch the game. Thank you to you for the 110 bits. Those are blanket rules for all the games. Look at that adorable little fluffy. No, that's Maya. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. That's a bummer, you know, he tried so hard to help it and it still didn't make it. Yeah, raccoons are considered an exotic pet. So if your state or country does not allow exotic animals as pets, then you can't have them. That's pretty much it. Anything like beyond like your standard birds, dogs, cats, horses, they're considered exotic. The problem with a lot of exotic pets is that we don't know enough about them to like train and domesticate them. And so they're just, you know, we don't have, like when it comes to cats, you know, you can get all your cat stuff. You know, cat boxes, litter, everything that works with them, all that stuff very easily. Not so much with like a raccoon or something. No, your chickens are not exotic. Although you may need to get specific permissions or licenses in order to have a chicken in a residential area. Yeah, I didn't say horses are exotic. I said anything beyond your standard cat, dog, bird, horse, chicken, etc. Beyond that. I didn't say horses are exotic. I said they're exempt from being exotic. Go, 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 go. Oh! Okay. This is not good. This is not good. One of my mages has got to go first, right? 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 Come on! Oh, okay. 2 dodges was clutch. I also love that it took all 4 of those cures to top him off. Not sure what states allow humans to be pets. Give all your shots. No, Miracle Whip must live! Live, Miracle Whip, live! Oh, okay. That was big. We made it to Elfheim. All right, so from here, I think it's just the one silver sword or whatever it is. That's extra. They can't use the... Okay. Well, whatever. I'm gonna need I'm gonna need 4 of those. That's gonna be expensive. Another whole defense point. Okay, no frost I'll want for Lich. That might actually be useful. That might actually be useful. Okay, fear might be good. Fear is the mind killer. There's Kira, Diara, no Blaze heal. Yeah, this one's rough because I want no Blaze. I think just I won't put Diara on one person or heal on one person or something like that. Alright, there's gonna be a lot of money needs coming up here, but we're gonna do a pretty hefty grind anyway. So we're grinding at this point. It's not even a grind for money, it's mostly XP. The money will come. In fact, I don't even really need to worry about money that much in this run. The most important thing is the levels that I need in order to overcome some of the challenges. So I need those levels anyway. The money will just come along with it. It won't matter. The biggest thing is getting those copper amulets because I need defense to like not die. Dia sucks. If I had undead, I would need Diara in order to actually grind them, and I don't have the money for that. It'd be good, you know, to spam Dia with a whole party of skeletons, you know, with my whole team. Like, fine, sure. But, fuck you! Why are you dunking on Hellmans? Alright. I think we can do like 2 or 3 battles before we gotta go and heal up again. Counterpoint, they're all garbage because at the end of the day it's Mayo and Mayo is trash. So. And fake Mayo, like Miracle Whip, is just like pretending to be trash, but like because you know you're worse than trash. Meow, 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 meow. Here, please enjoy this sleepy kitty while we kill this ogre. The white mages are trying to beat up the cat. It's cat versus white mages. I want to say this should be fine. I'm gonna get poisoned for sure, though. She is very happy that she got her spot back. Aren't you? Because Coconut was stealing it earlier today. Oh, good. I can buy 1 copper armlet. Doubled my defense again. I mean, that'll be pretty significant. Okay. This should be fine. Oh, it is not fine. It is not fine. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, well, let's see how I do against back row. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. It's fun, but oh god, grindy. I dropped my controller. Okay. We'll kill the ogres first. Okay. I just got bad luck. No, you should have hit that runaway. That would have been fine. Dude, it's actually kind of funny how lucky I'm getting with ogres, but like, it's actually bad luck for this run. Not until I can kill them more reliably. Snooze you lose, little buddy. Sorry, your spot's taken. Cecil's 3 games too early. It's 7! 4 white mayo challenge. Yeah, it's a mayo run. It's a mayo run. Thank you, 7, for the raid. Welcome in to the Mayo Fantasy Fiesta. It's all mayo all the time. How was your 8 hours of grinding today, 7? I hope you had fun doing 8 hours of grinding today. I too am having fun doing 8 hours of grinding. Welcome into the second half of the Final Fantasy Fiesta. I'm your host, BGGO2, and if you're coming from Seven Sins, well, this is the other half. He's my race opponent in this Final Fantasy Fiesta, so our collaborative efforts bring you this event, and together we race against each other every year in the Final Fantasy Fiesta. If only Eagle, then I might actually be able to do some damage. Oh, I mean, at the end of the day, it's Final Fantasy, and it's the Final Fantasy Fiesta. What's not to enjoy, right? Who's winning? I'll let you know in 5 hours. Year on year, Chet wins every year, actually. Weirdly enough, 7 and I race every year, and yet every year Chet is the one that's winning. All right. With the copper armlet, the second one, I probably do not need to cast Protect on anybody, so I could probably just save myself some spell charges by not having to bother with Protect. Just do the Invis, and we're good to go. Yeah, get something to eat, 7. We'll see you in a bit, or whenever, you know. Oh, thank you for giving 7 a shout out. Yeah, go follow 7. He is the other half of the Final Fantasy Fiesta. What are you doing? Oh, good to know, Neo. Thanks. And have a good night. May you wake up in a pool of mayo. Yeah, a bunch of crazy white wizards running around with sticks, beating animals and destroying ecosystems. The enemies are the real winners here, the real heroes of the story. Because Doggo attack us, we attack Doggo. World men beat up local wildlife. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, doggy. Whoa. Hammers are just sticks with fat ends on them. Apparently DW had the same idea as you are, Ian. Apparently you can be a hammer IRL when your parents said you could be anything. These are all lifetime members of the Seal Club Clubbing Club. Honestly, that's not such a bad thing, Weapon. You know, I mean, if you're playing, like, on your own, you can use the fast forward. If you want your time to be compared against ours, obviously you can't, but... You know, the sad thing is that Thor's hammer is going to be one of the best items in the game. We'll have it equipped nearly the entire time, and, like, we won't be able to use it as an item the whole time. Bonk the night away. Start your day with, oh, it's faded, isn't it? Oh, it really is. It is faded. Start your day with a Kupo coffee. It really is, really did get faded, I guess. Huh. Maybe it's not machine washed. I'll have to ask Selnica, because I'm pretty sure I asked Selnica. She's the one that gave it to me. She said it is machine washable. Maybe I should have been machine washing it. It looked like it was under coating, so I thought it was fine. That's fine. Oh, I was looking at your mug and it really is fading. It actually is fading like you said it was. The mug you gave me, Kupo Coffee. Thank you, Ari, for gifting Soleil 3 months of sub. Thank you. I'm not big on Octopath. They're alright games, but the stories are always so generic and boring. But the music is always good. The mechanics are solid. It just kind of drags for a bit for me. But Octopath Zero is also a remodeled gacha game. It's the gacha game that they canceled, and then they redid the story to be a regular Octopath game, and I don't know how I feel about that. You're allowed to do whatever you want, Vanitas. Don't worry about it. Like, I will say Octopath Zero is a game that I will want to play, and I'll just want to play it on my own time and just kind of chill with it. But I won't stream it or anything, so I'm not super big on Octopath. I feel like the dishwasher is what's causing it to fade, but who knows? Octopath Zero is just another Octopath game, and they call it Zero because it's the gacha game that got canceled, and they repurposed it to be like a normal Octopath game. So imagine it to be like all the other Octopath games, just the story from the gacha game instead. Yeah, like I said, it's a normal gacha game utilizing the story from Zero, or from the gacha. It's a normal Octopath game with a repurposed story from the gacha game. I didn't say it was a gacha game and that it couldn't possibly be good because of that. They're not really calling it a prequel because it's not like they're narratively connected or anything. It's more like just not the next actual Octopath game. It's just a little side thing that they did that turned into a different kind of side thing. Plant catnip so the neighbor cat's treated as a drug den. Amazing. You don't need to play 1 or 2 or any of the others to make the others make sense either. It's like Final Fantasy where they're all narratively separate from one another. Come on, buddy. Oh, I imagine you will, Chrono. I imagine you will. Hey, 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 hey. Hey! You calm your face down. Oh, of course, Mr. Zev. They have to make it feel like that other people don't feel like they have to play the other ones. It's funky fresh hell. Yeah, that's what it is. Gat Daddy, thank you for 17 months of subbing. All right, we're level 10. I want to be at least like level 13 to 15, somewhere in there. Oops. Oh, that's the order play, Nestle. Thank you. Honestly, Vanitas, I prefer it that way. I think forcing in a narrative sequel in a lot of games when they're not really made with a sequel in mind ends up being bad. You know, like, there are some sequel games that are amazing, obviously. And, let's take Last of Us as an example. When they made Last of Us 2, they basically said, we will never make Last of Us 2 unless we feel we can make the story make sense. And it was amazing, obviously. But like with, let's say, like Final Fantasy X-2, that was not a game made with a sequel in mind, and it shows very, very clearly, you know, and it suffers greatly from a storytelling perspective. And they definitely did not care about how good the sequel was going to be. They just tried to make one. Hey, you relax. I know you're going to try to get in his face, so you just chill out, all right? Come here. Come on. Kingdom Hearts is another great example where they did not care about the integrity of the storytelling in the sequel. So every Final Fantasy is an independent story. They're not connected in any way, narratively speaking. Every Final Fantasy is its own unique story with its own unique universe and own unique characters and story and everything, right? 10-2 is an actual direct sequel of Final Fantasy X. That's why it's called 10-2. And it's very different from a storytelling perspective. And a lot of people have a lot of criticisms about it because the tone shift is very drastic. So instead of having the very sort of like somber, subdued, and emotionally heavy story of Final Fantasy X, you get like super peppy, you know, pop star, gun-toting Yuna, and it just feels awkward. The tone shift is very polarizing. Not to mention, the storytelling is very campy and very, like, unserious. And so you just kind of get a very, very, very different experience. And it's clearly a very lower budget experience than what you would get from a main Final Fantasy. Yeah, that was debunked as a fan theory anyway. Imagine watching Highlander and the sequel is Charlie's Angels. That's actually kind of accurate, yeah. And yeah, that does not agree with a lot of people, myself included. I think the gameplay of Final Fantasy X2 is awesome, but the story and the writing are pretty lowbrow, low tier. What's up, Atlas? Oh, nice, preemptive. Arceus, flawless logic. Oh my gosh, how can we overlook such a thing? I've seen all the way up until like the one where it takes place in the modern city. Wait, that isn't all of them? I don't remember. Anyway, they're like in a foundry in the final battle or something like that. Anyway, I think that's the third one, but it was so long ago, I don't really remember the movies. Oh, Kang. Oh my goodness. Wow, that must have been interesting. Tactics Ogre? No. Tactics Ogre isn't even made by the same company or published by the same company. As far as Vagrant Story, technically that game takes place in Ivalice, but they actually retconned that and said Vagrant Story doesn't really follow the themes of Ivalice that we want, so, you know, yeah. Although I will say Tactics Ogre and FF Tactics were made by the same team, but they were published by different companies at the end. One's a Square title and one's an Enix title. Now they're Square Enix, but yeah, at the time they were individually Square and Enix instead of Square Enix. All right, I gotta go to the restroom really quick. Just give me a minute. Hang tight. She is being a little jerk. Over there. Stay. I think if you think those, just because they share a few names that, like, they share more themes than most Final Fantasies, I feel like you haven't been paying attention to a lot of Final Fantasies, because almost every Final Fantasy shares a lot of the same themes overall, and concepts, not just some proper naming aspects. That's very skin deep kind of stuff. That's what led to the really ridiculous fan theory that Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy VII are in the same universe. Just because there's a kid named Shinra in 10 too. Or Sid in every game, you know? Yeah. Hey, come on. I thought about bringing a corpse with me, actually. I really did. I thought about having a corpse because it would help everybody else level up faster, but I think that's the wrong idea. I think it's the wrong plan. What is with them? The X7 connection is more tenuous than... Oh, I see. That's what you mean. Okay. Yeah. I understand what you mean. By the way, you can kind of apply that same logic that I talked about with 10 and 10-2 to pretty much all the side sequel games. That goes for Dirge of Cerberus, Crisis Core, 13-2, Lightning Returns, Revenant Wings. Any Final Fantasy that has like a sequel to it, like the After Years, the tone shift and quality of production goes way down. Way down. And it's a little polarizing. Some people, they started off with these games or they played them and they just spoke to them personally and they liked them. And in most cases, these games are actually still really good. It's just that when you compare them to the previous game, you're just like, this is junk comparatively. But if they just weren't Final Fantasy, they'd actually be pretty decent games, you know? So that's why people tend to have differing opinions about 10 and 10-2 and, you know, Lightning Returns and all that kind of stuff. For those that were asking. You know what's really interesting, Estergarn? The original name for Final Fantasy was supposed to be Fighting Fantasy, but instead it's Final Fantasy because there was already a copyright on a Fighting Fantasy board game or something like that, and so they called it Final Fantasy. The whole romantic story of it being their Final Fantasy to make it in games is a lie. But anyway, Final Fantasy. Fighting Fantasy, Final Fight. Hello? Hello? Are we writing this down? Come on. It's a nice, you know, tuck your kids in at night kind of story, you know, fairy tale, but it's not the reality. Oh, I agree, Lucky Rat, but we might be a little biased because we've had 30 plus years of Final Fantasy as a household name to us, that maybe Fighting Fantasy might have been just as good for us. We don't know. But I agree that Final Fantasy, for me, like just hearing fighting fantasy sounds kind of hokey and goofy. So, definitely a better choice from what I can garner. Who knows? Maybe Hager just punched the screen so hard that it created a rift and an alternate dimension, and that's how we got Final Fantasy. Actually, you know what? Final Fantasy came first. Bloody da with a Mega Tier 2 107 months. Well, hello. I mean, you're free to have your favorite, Zoltan, but that's not an objective statement. It's all about how you, how you brand your game, you know? Mario Bros works because it's just goofy, silly, you know, very lighthearted Mario Bros stepping on Goombas and stuff, you know? Fighting Fantasy and then trying to be taken seriously, it's gonna be kind of hokey. Also, the name Final Fantasy always has meaning within each game's story, because in every Final Fantasy, there's some world-ending catastrophe that needs to be, prevented. So, like, it's the final fantasy, the final epic, confrontation, that kind of thing. Do you know why the train graveyard exists in Final Fantasy VII? Because Sabin is actually Tifa's mentor, and that's where she practices. But, well, she's still just not quite as good. I mean, I disagree with FF7 being overrated. Not only is it an amazing game, but it was revolutionary. Final Fantasy VIII basically walked, was carried by the success and revolutionary status of FF7. Now, I love FF8, don't get me wrong. And if FF8 came out before FF7, I think it would be just as well loved. But, like, FF8 carried on from where FF7 took off. Like, FF7 was the launch pad, and then FF8 was just kind of like holding on to FF7's leg, Why won't they remake 8? What's to say that they're not? How do you know that they're not remaking 8? Final Fantasy VII Remake is an insanely, high-budget, high-caliber production, and they're making it into 3 parts, which means 3 very, very, very high-tier, high-budget games. That takes time. It takes a lot of time. Then they have to have a team for the main Final Fantasies. 17 is in production, absolutely. They're not working on more than Remake Project and FF17 as far as their high-tier budget projects go. What's to say that they're not thinking about it, storyboarding it, and have some preliminary information on it for them when the Remake Project is done, that they go into 8. You don't know that. There's no way to know that. It's not that they're not remaking 8 or 9 or whatever your favorite fucking Final Fantasy is. It's just that, they're in the middle of something. Give them some time. Let them breathe. Let them cook. Let them release those games in good quality without the pressure of everybody demanding everything all at once every single second. Games take time. Let them bake in the oven so they get the nice golden crispy outer shell. We don't want the dough raw and soggy in the center. I wouldn't say they're really putting money into 14. They're putting the same amount of money into 14 as they always did. Everyone does have main character syndrome, it's true. Final Fantasy 16 was not a flop, and I will dispel all of those bad lies and rumors immediately. In fact, Final Fantasy 16 was a wild success. The articles that you probably didn't read were titled something like, Final Fantasy 16 underperforms or some bullshit like that, and then you read the article, and it'll say something like, Final Fantasy 16 performed very well, but all the other side games that they released that did not perform well were not overcome by Final Fantasy 16's success enough. Like, literally all the articles that tried to demonize FF16 sales read that actually their smaller projects that they released in the same year didn't sell enough, and Final Fantasy 16 didn't overperform enough to cover the losses or the expectation from those smaller projects. Oh, okay, you started it from start to finish. Okay, well, I played it 3 times as well, and it was fucking brilliant, so what do you want? If you didn't like it, hey, that's fine. That's cool. But it was not a flop. You said something objective. You tried to say something objectively that it was a flop. That is not true. If you didn't like it, that's your subjective opinion, and you're absolutely more than welcome to have it. But that is not the objective reality. Well, I disagree on that too. What is the gameplay of a Final Fantasy game? Every Final Fantasy play is different. There is no gameplay of a Final Fantasy game. It's a Final Fantasy game because it's called Final Fantasy 16. That's what makes it a Final Fantasy game. Full stop. What I say is the least popular? It's the newest. So it's automatically the least popular because it hasn't been out long enough for people to like actually, decide whether or not they want to get it. Not to mention it was locked on the PS5 for like what, a year and a half? That's 8 is the least popular? No. As far as sales go, like the newest one is always going to be the lowest selling. But last I checked, FF16's the estimates put it around like 6 million or something like that, which is actually very good. And I want to say it puts it over FF. What is the lowest selling one? Probably the top, the first three, somewhere in there. Yeah, you know what they said about Final Fantasy VII when it came out? They said it's not a Final Fantasy game because of the steampunk modern-ish vibe of it. And then like 28 years later, it's the most loved Final Fantasy ever. Like every single time a new Final Fantasy comes out, people are like, that's not a real Final Fantasy. And then one after that comes out and they're like, oh man, if only we could go back to Final Fantasy VII. And it's the same shit every fucking time. The thing about a lot of cinematics in Final Fantasy games, that's like pretty much most of them. Anytime, like from when cinematics were really usable and doable and actually manageable on the hardware, and that's probably like from 12 on, maybe even 10 on, arguably. Final Fantasy has been loaded with story and cinematics. How many times do people make the criticism of Final Fantasy X speedruns being the text mashing simulator because there's a lot of dialogue? Like these are not new arguments that people are making here. These are as old as Final Fantasy. And part of what makes Final Fantasy so awesome is the amazing storytelling and the high cinematic quality that you get. So having a lot of story and cinematics, especially when you can just skip cutscenes if you really want to on replays. So what? Oh no, I'm getting amazing story in my video game with lots of cool cutscenes and dialogue. Curses. Why are you playing RPGs if you don't want story? That's my rebuttal. RPGs are literally the vehicle for storytelling. That's why they were made. D&D in general was so that you could craft your own stories and worlds. And RPGs kind of picked up on that and tried to tell those stories and worlds of their own in a video game format. The only reason that older Final Fantasies and RPGs are so limited in storytelling is because the cart size was so small, they literally could not fit the text on the screen. On the cart, rather. Story is what was meant to be the primary focus in RPGs. But somewhere along the line, we lost that. But Final Fantasy is the only series that's really keeping that true. I mean, I would say like Xenoblade also has tremendously good storytelling, but for the most part, Final Fantasy is pretty much one of the only franchises that's actually keeping the focus on storytelling in their video games. Most RPGs are just generic anime tropey trash. Dragon Quest does not have good storytelling, I'm sorry. In fact, it revels in the generic. That is its claim to fame, is that it has its very, very simple hero's journey kind of thing. Go defeat the Dark Lord guy. Oh no! no, you unfollowed me because you can't have a normal human conversation and debate. Oh, no, whatever shall I do? Anyway, let's enjoy some Final Fantasy, everybody. You know why Expedition 33 is successful? It has nothing to do with the fact that it's turn-based. It has nothing to do with the fact that it is anything, actually. Expedition 33 was successful because it has a high production value. That's it. And it wasn't Final Fantasy. That's all. Final Fantasy has a high production value every single game, and people shit on it because how dare it not be turn-based or some other dumbass, whatever, irrelevant aspect of it. But Expedition 33 was well received because it was high production value. They had high production value in a turn-based RPG, which is almost never seen anymore because just like I said before, almost every RPG you get out there is just generic anime, low-budget nonsense. It's just trope-filled, blah, 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 go defeat the bad guy, the end, roll credits. There's not really anything a lot deep there. There's sometimes a lot of, like, concepts in storytelling, but you don't really get a high-quality storytelling with professional writers making compelling writing plot lines, right? And human dialogue. And Expedition 33 took the time. You know how long the development time for Expedition 33 was? It was like 10 years or something? You should see some of the earlier representations of Expedition 33. It was also just like very anime-ish looking, kind of very generic aesthetic and everything, but they took the time, took a step back, and really polished things out. The story, the writing, the world building, the characters, the visuals, everything. And that is why Expedition 33 is well received, because it's one of the only non-Final Fantasy high-budget RPGs in existence. That's it. Otherwise, it would have just been one of the others in the sea of generic RPGs. Let's sail! 33 months, what's up, dude? Also, Expedition 33 didn't really do as much unique as you might think because Mario RPG would like to say hello with the timed hits 30 years ago. Don't get me wrong, I gave Expedition 33 extremely high scores, and it is my game of the year. It is a fantastic game. It's brilliant because they put the time and budget and effort into making it. That's what made it good. It's high production value and attention to detail, but not because it has timed hits or not because it's turn-based or not because, you know, it has a story. It's because they put time and effort into it. Oh, I think Rebirth is better than Expedition 33 as well. Absolutely. No doubt in my mind, I think Rebirth is better than Expedition 33, but that came out last year, so. So the thing is, Evan Starr, the budget is probably a lot lower because the team is smaller. You want to know what goes into a video game budget? It's not like they have to buy video game parts and smash them together until the video game is made. Like when you build a bridge, the budget of a bridge is the fucking material, and then there's the labor. But with a video game, it's like 90% labor and then 10% keeping the lights on. Like that, like the lease of the building or whatever, you know? It's all labor. It's like nearly all labor. So when you have a really small team, especially a competent small team, yeah, of course the budget is gonna be a lot lower because you don't have as many employees to build. And when you have a labor of love like that, and I would hope that all video games are a labor of love, you're going to get a lot of people wanting to make a really good video game, but it's a smaller team, so you have less people to pay. So the Expedition 33 budget obviously is going to be lower, but obviously. Oh, of course, Ziggy. Give it one or two more Final Fantasies, and they'll be crying about why the most recent Final Fantasy isn't like Final Fantasy 16, because it happens literally every single time a new Final Fantasy is released. In my opinion, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is among the best video games ever made. Like it's in the top 10 there somewhere of the best video games ever made. It's so damn good. Yes, Expedition 33 is also relatively short in comparison to a lot of other higher budget games like that, yeah. But Final Fantasy 16 is an action RPG. You know, it's so stupid because people make this whole like FF16 is Devil May Cry Final Fantasy, and they use the excuse that the Devil May Cry 5 battle director was the battle director for 16. But it's like, what's the difference between Devil May Cry and an action RPG? It's just the leveling, that's the difference, which you have. Thus, action RPG. Dark Souls is an action RPG, nobody complains about that one. That it doesn't have enough RPG mechanics or any other arbitrary nonsense. And who cares? Also, what does it matter how RPG it is? It's not a pissing contest of like making the most RPG out there. Like, just play the damn game. Who cares how RPG it is? It's Final Fantasy, and it's amazing, and it's fun. Having a party or a team does not make a game an RPG or Final Fantasy. Once again, Dark Souls is an action RPG. And you just play your singular character. You do not get style bonuses. That is if you want to do the there is a training mode sort of thing where you in a new game plus feature that lets you do style bonus points for extra stuff to get a high score. It's basically just like a built-in arcade mode that you can play if you want to in the new game plus or whatever. But in the base game, no, the style points don't mean anything. They're not. It's not even a factor. It has nothing to do with it. Ariane, thank you for the sub gift to Harpy G's. I have minor complaints about FF16 too. My biggest complaint about FF16 is the gear. The gear feels irrelevant. It just feels like here's your 5 more attack power each new piece of gear, and the accessories are not very fulfilling. Absolutely, there are flaws to FF16. Are these damning factors of the game that make it unplayable? Of course not. You like at the end of the day, I mean, what I would like to have is more versatility in gear that actually like affected my builds and everything a little bit more. But the versatility in the gameplay is in the icon builds to begin with. So that's where all of the character building is at, and the rest of it is just kind of there to like sort of play the role of RPG, and that's fine. I don't think you need status effects. You don't need status effects necessarily, but you can have things that affect the way you play a little bit more. I agree, there is some shallow aspects of the combat in FF16, but it's not like, like I said, it's not damning factors that like make it unplayable. It could have been better, like any other game, but it's definitely a very solid 9 out of 10 experience, and I loved it. And then you get the cinematic story and gameplay of it, and it just takes it to a whole new level. It's also true, Arian. If you look at games like Final Fantasy X, the gear is irrelevant in FF10. Nobody complains about that, ever. I've never heard anybody care about the FF10 gearing. The only time where gear matters in FF10 is if you're going to post-game, which wasn't even included in the original Japanese and North American versions of the game. FF12, on the other hand, gear definitely matters. FF13, it's hit or miss. I played the game the first time without gear and it was fine. FF15 gear doesn't matter at all, like at all. So nobody complained about that during the time of FF15. So once again, Sensei, the gear doesn't matter in FF10. If you're playing the North American or the original Japanese version, the only time where gear matters is the added stuff that was added after the original release of the game in the international version or the HD remaster afterwards, which allowed for the Dark Aeons and penance and everything. So at the like original release of the game, when everybody played it, no, gear didn't really matter. There was like very, very small aspects. gear doesn't even exist in FF8. In fact, the way you get your stats is through equipping magic, which, I mean, hey, whatever. Oh, you were PAL. Okay, so that does slightly affect it, but that was still only post-game, not the actual main game. Like, by the time you go through the whole story and beat the story, gear doesn't really matter. Nope. In the original NTSC version of the PS2 release of Final Fantasy X, Dark Aeons and Penance did not exist in Final Fantasy X. And while I would say that technically gear kind of matters for Nemesis, not in the same way that it matters for like Dark Aeons and Penance. There was later on the PS2 an international version that was also the PAL version, or the same as the PAL version, that added those in, and then with the HD remaster they kept them in. W9, thank you for 49 months of subbing. They did, yeah, the battle arena existed there for Nemesis. But they got very hard, but it was more about stats in your sphere grid than it was about gear. The gear just still didn't matter at that point. Like, you needed break damage limit, but that was already baked into the legendary, whatever they're called, the weapons. I forget the name that they use. Anyway, point is that gear in Final Fantasy games has been important or unimportant back and forth all over the place. So the fact that FF16 doesn't utilize gear in the same way that like FF1 does is irrelevant. It doesn't make it un-Final Fantasy. In fact, it probably makes it more Final Fantasy or an RPG than most other RPGs in Final Fantasy. Oh, did you? Oh, I know exactly where you are then. You're chasing, what's his name around? Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Now I have to go to an end. Celestial weapons, yeah. Anyway, all I'm getting at is that, like, FF16 is definitely a more an action-based game. Whether it's an action RPG or action game is irrelevant. I don't care how RPG it is. What I know is that it's fun, and its story is magnificent, and the cinematic nature of the gameplay is untouchable. It's so good. It's so brilliant. It makes me feel so amazing. When I was a kid, and I was like playing a game like this, or more accurately like Final Fantasy IV, when we first started having summons, it's like, whoa, these summons are so cool. Oh man, can you imagine like in 30 years how awesome summons are gonna be in Final Fantasy? Oh, it's gonna be so cool. And then 30 years later, I'm doing icons and eidolons and shit from FF15 and FF16, and my like 10-year-old self is just coming out with glee and happiness as I'm seeing these iconic characters and aspects of Final Fantasy in such amazing cinematic glory. And it's so good. It's so good. Let your kid come out and just have fun with awesome things and stop micromanaging tiny little insignificant details. Video games are fun. Have fun with them. And Final Fantasy is fun.
I'm coming.
Oh, it's good to know. Thank you, Ziggy, for the 377 bits. Thanks for sharing. So, something to note, Sensei, and I think a lot of Final Fantasy fans don't really realize this. Every Final Fantasy is significantly different. The only reason that games 1 through 6 are so similar is because of technological limitations. But games like Chrono Trigger and Secret of Mana were basically tests on what they could kind of do with the hardware limitations and see if they wanted to move Final Fantasy to a more active, action-based element. Even Sakaguchi himself said, we've always tried to make Final Fantasy more active and action-based. That's why in Final Fantasy IV we got the ATB system to make it more active. It's called Active Time Battle. And you could even make the argument that at that point, Final Fantasy was no longer turn-based because it was all just action. It was all like, you know, everything's happening. You got to move quickly, that kind of thing. And yeah, you can put it on weight, and you can do that kind of thing with a lot of the other Final Fantasies. FF15 has an ATB style system, and so does FF7 Remake. You can do the classic mode, as they call it, and make it more turn-based and more along the lines that you like. And this isn't about a turn-based versus action-based kind of thing. What I'm really getting at is that you should never expect Final Fantasy to share any of the characteristics of the previous games, except for the themes and concepts, like chocobos and moogles and, you know, some kind of living planet sort of experience, or, you know, mana, ether, whatever. These are all consistent factors of Final Fantasy throughout the history of the series. But at the end of the day, they're always going to try to give you something new, something unique. I can't remember who it was that said it, but there was definitely like a Square Enix release where they said they don't want to make the same game again. That's why they took such a drastic turn with Final Fantasy VII with the gameplay and made it an entirely new gameplay experience while keeping the narrative mostly intact for the most part. So when you see Final Fantasy VII come out inevitably, I implore you to have an open mind. You know, I understand that you have your preference of video game, we all do, but just don't expect it to be something. Love a game for what it is, not for what it is not. I agree, Venitus. FF7 Remake, in my opinion, is peak Final Fantasy. I think it's peak RPG combat, honestly. I think it's the best system that's ever been released, and it's not even close. Like, normally when I say when things get to the tippity top of something, that it mostly becomes subjective at that point because the differences are mostly about what you prefer and not about how good it is. But when it comes to Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth, I don't think anything comes close. I think the gameplay is just absolutely insanely peak. Oh yeah, you know, that's what I love about Rebirth, is that they kept the same system, but added to it in such a way that you play it entirely differently, and I love that about it, because there's that familiarity, but not a duplication, you know? And it's genius, honestly. It's one of the reasons why I think Rebirth is one of the best games ever made. Chobin streaking! No time like the present, Venitus. What are we looking at, Stalker? Oh, once again, Dr. Mr. Punny, I'd just like to point out the fact that we just talked about, what, 6 or so Final Fantasies where gear has not really mattered, so it's kind of an inherent Final Fantasy thing to intermittently make gear a focal point or not. And I would say from an accessory perspective, gear matters quite a bit, and so does the armor. But one thing that really is important about the gear, and specifically the weapons in Final Fantasy Remake, Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth, is that they didn't want you to just get a new weapon and replace the old one. They wanted every weapon to have a unique feel to it and have unique opportunities for a build. So, like, in my opinion, personally, I think that's what is very strong about Final Fantasy VII's 7 Remake's gearing system, is that every weapon has like a unique set of passives that make it feel unique. In fact, when I was going for like New Game Plus on hard mode and all the different bosses, I was like sitting there considering my build with what weapon to use and everything, and it felt like it mattered a lot. And I love that about it. What are we getting? My second oldest Final Fantasy memorabilia. Second oldest? Second oldest. Well, there's like different critical rates and attacks, and some are more magic based, and then you have like reprieve, which is like the living at 1 HP thing. Matters quite a bit. I don't really know what my second oldest Final Fantasy thing would be, aside from like Final Fantasy IV. I mean, you know what? I'll get something. I think that'll be neat. That I think you guys will like. Let's turn that off for a sec, and I'll go grab some neat stuff. Alright, I'm going from a literal perspective, not a subjective perspective, meaning like what is the oldest Final Fantasy memorabilia that I have, not the second to oldest thing that I got. So I'm going to show you the original Japanese carts for Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3. So we have the actual Famicom carts of Final Fantasy 1. And the carts on these were awesome because they had the Yoshitaka Amano art on them, which was awesome. There's Final Fantasy 1. Then you have Firion with Final Fantasy 2. And then I guess that's supposed to, I don't know who that's because there's no named characters, but there you go, Final Fantasy 3. But these are the original Famicom carts. There you go. That's technically the oldest and second oldest and third oldest. Well, actually, I'm not really quite sure how old each one is individually, but that would pretty much cover all that, right? There you go. I hope that's satisfactory. Chris, thank you for 13 months. Hell yeah, Final Fantasy Fiesta. Oh, you get the guide first. Interesting. Oops. Okay, we need some items. I have a Final Fantasy VI guide for the SNES. It's the one that's got a black border with the Yoshitaka Amano Moogle Mog on the cover. And I loved reading it because it was full of really funny jokes and stuff all over the place. They had a very casual approach to the guide. I don't think it's Brady. I'm not sure which one it is. I don't even think it's one of the bigger brand of guides. Don't you mean the infamous FF9 website? And wow, thank you for 65 months. What if he's actually going to lay down there? Because he seems pretty set on staying up there for whatever reason. Got any tips on FF7 hard mode on remake? Pray. I think that's good enough. I would say fuck Chakra, that shit sucks. But Pray I think is enough that you can get started, you know? Chakra is the healing on Chakra is based on how much HP you're missing, which means you can never fill yourself up unless you're dunking ATB like crazy. And at best, you're getting 45% of your HP in a heal. It's fine if you're like solo, but But yeah, there's some crazy stuff you can do in Remake. Build matters. Start with Prey, work from there. You'll find your way. I don't want to carry it too much for you. You know, part of the journey is finding the build that works for you, but mana management is the hardest part about it. Prey will get that covered. Oh, the other thing I'll say is Ra is surprisingly better than Ga. That's what I mean by that, is it's just better overall, you know? I'm just trying to be vague on purpose. Oh, you're trying to get the plat before moving on to Rebirth. I've platinum Remake twice, and it was worth it both times. Oh my gosh, this is not going well. So I platinumed it first on PS4 when it came out, and then when it moved over to PS5 with Intermission, I played it again and platinumed it. And obviously Rebirth came out on PS5 first, so I platinumed it there. I do have the PC version, but I haven't platinumed it yet there. Any major criticisms of Remake? So, as far as, and I'm going to try to be as spoiler-free as possible, and I'm just going to say that the plot ghosts are part of the original game, but utilized differently. It's part of the original lore, but more a vague concept and less of a tangible aspect. So it is part of it, but it does kind of seem a little off. But I think it was kind of important to sort of make it more understandable, I think, because a lot of the specifics of FF7 story and lore can be a bit vague for some people, not to mention you have the relatively poor localization of it, so a lot of things like clone are actually more like the same as opposed to clone, because there are no clones. And that caused a lot of confusion. But I would say a major criticism of FF7 Remake. You just like trophies that are based on difficulty? I would say the first time you meet Roche, it's gonna be very polarizing, yeah. And I felt like sometimes the story required a little bit, well, they kind of intentionally left it open-ended, you know? But I don't know, it's hard to say. Like, Roche is definitely a very polarizing experience, and I do believe you're pretty close to that, so you'll see for yourself and you can report back. But I think at the same time he's kind of supposed to represent something, and he's definitely grown on me like a fungus. So, you know. So most of the mini-games in Rebirth are optional, but it's also really important to note that they're mirroring Final Fantasy VII during that part of the game. Final Fantasy VII had tons of little mini-games during that whole part that were, most of them were required. Like the sub and the, well, the bike was earlier, obviously, but the what do you call it? CPR thing, the dolphin, all sorts of little mini-games all over the place. And they were trying to, you know, take it to 11, like they did with everything in Remake and Rebirth. And most of those are optional. You know, you don't really have to do them. You can just choose not to. But one thing I would say about the minigames in Rebirth is they're all really well done. They're all really well polished and thought out and delivered in a meaningful, compelling, quality way. I enjoyed all the minigames. I thought the breakup and monotony of, you know, story battle was really important, and they did it really well. I don't know if I have any major criticisms of Remake, and I know there's got to be at least one. I would say sometimes they lean on the whole Shinra has Omega tech a little bit too much. Like the whole VR thing with Chadley and stuff just kind of feels like they could have done it in like an arena instead. You know what I mean? I would say that that might be a criticism that I can say. And you know, I'm not trying to like shy away from real criticisms of the game. I just don't think that there are a lot of major criticisms of it, if that makes sense. The only required chocobo thing is the first one. You don't have to do any of the others, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember anymore, actually. Well, just keep this in mind, that they're trying to make a full, compelling, comprehensive story, experience from the start of to the end of Midgar, you know? So they have to elaborate on a few things. They have to build up characters and give you personalities and interactions with them so that you experience a full story within that amount of time. Midgar in the original game was about 12 to 15 hours for a first-time play if you're really exploring and everything. So if you check the Discord, we've set aside the jobs of Final Fantasy Tactics. When each chapter hits, we will roll for one of the jobs based on how we've assigned them, and then that is our job. And then for Job Fiesta, rules apply from there. Yeah, I remember the first time I played Final Fantasy VII, and it was a big moment for me when I was playing Final Fantasy VII. I remember pretty vividly as far as most of my memories go. But I remember just like getting to the end of Midgar and being like, are we gonna roll credits here? Because I'd spent so much time there. I'd spent so much time in Midgar. I was like, wow, we did it. We beat it. It's kind of an underwhelming final boss. And then the world map happened, and I was just like, oh my god. Chris, thank you for the $10 donation. Good luck at the Fiesta. Looking forward to it. I'm always looking forward to it. I hope you enjoy your time. Rebirth kind of does that Rebirth was one of the game that kept on giving, is what I kept calling it. Yeah, I didn't have my memory card working either, so I had to basically leave my PS1 on for like 2 days straight until I could get a memory card. I was like, what is a memory card? What's that for? What is all that about? Yeah. But yeah, there's the thing about Final Fantasy VII is Midgar is extremely story dense. So expanding on Midgar and the stories and the characters within it was actually pretty easy. And the reason why, they contemplated doing 2 or 3 games is because once you get out of Midgar, the story density really lets up. And you don't really start getting story density again until near the end of disc 1 or disc 2. And so, like, it's actually pretty easy to think about how they can build a whole game off of just Midgar. You know, they originally contemplated the floating continent being the final dungeon, and then out of nowhere, they were like, hey, what if? And they ran with it. Now it's iconic. You gotta be specific in the name. You can't use short names because, it's a bot command. It can only read the input that you give it. I loved Queen's Blood. I love Queen's Blood. I think it's fantastic. We got to do it again last year in Rebirth. It was awesome. So, I just want to say something about the word padding and what that means. Padding is like Legend of Heroes games, where you get a tremendous amount of game and there's no story to it. There's nothing of value going on there. It's just basically like go fetch and kill X monster a bunch of times and there's not really a lot going on. That's padding. If you add content to the original story and you give the player something that has value to it, it's not padding, it's elaboration. And that's how I see most of the additional story elements and chapters and like major moments in Remake. I don't see them as padding because they had elaboration. They had better story buildup. They gave you something that meant something, whether it be learning deeper about a character and having like really emotional, touching moments, learning more about like what is going on in the grand scheme of all of the Avalanche stuff, all that kind of stuff. Padding is what Legend of Heroes games do. I don't believe that padding was what Remake did. What's his name? Steve Austin Matthews, the VA for Rosh? Good dude. Not Steve Austin Matthews. That's Steve Austin. It's David. Oh shit! I'm keep on doing David Matthews like Dave Matthews Band or Steve Austin like Cold Soul Steve Austin. It's Math. Oh man, what's his name? The VA for Rosh though. He's a good dude. Cold Stone Steve Austin Matthews. Yeah. Yeah, padding is something that can be removed or cut out without actually affecting the story. I agree, as Ellie. I think that's the only thing that really feels like that at all, and even then I was fine with it, and I think there's going to be a payout for that as well. Hey, let's try not to spoil too much, or anything for that matter. But, I mean, everybody's gonna have a different take on different moments. You know, there's iconic moments all over Final Fantasy VII, and everybody has a different opinion about how each of those moments were handled. I definitely have my criticisms about some of them as well. At the end of the day, the criticisms were not substantial enough to demonize the game or suggest that it wasn't playable or anything like that. You know, every game has their own little nitpicks about them. Even my favorite games have flaws. So if somebody didn't like a particular part of the game or they didn't like how it was handled, you know, whatever. While I am understanding of that, Ziggy, I would also say that there are probably a lot of people in here that have not played Rebirth. So try to keep things at least a little vague. It's more of a general, hey, let's be careful because we got a lot of people here and not everybody's played it. Not just, you know, considering you, Ziggy, and considering everybody. So it's more of a general, we can talk about this, but let's be careful. That being said, as I said before, I don't consider things that have like really good, you know, extra storytelling, that even if it just is something new, even if it's just something that's elaborated on at a deeper level, and as long as it's well done, then it doesn't matter how elaborated it is. But if it presents something new, a new dynamic, a new angle, then I don't think it's filler at all. What's my plan for today? Oh, well, we're gonna play Final Fantasy 1. I don't think we're going to be grinding all day. I think we'll probably be done grinding relatively shortly. I just want to get one more level, and I think from there we're gonna attempt the Marge Cave. $1,200 hours in Stranger Paradise. Damn, dude. Lurk away, Venitus. Happy to see you for the rest of the Fiesta as well. I think we're pretty close to leveling. Oh no, we're pretty far actually. Oh wow, that was a good level or a good battle. What's up, Queen? Yeah, my next task is to go into the marsh, and I'm 4 white mages. The marsh is hard. If I can make it through the marsh, then we're good. But I'm gonna need, at the very least, maybe a level or 2, and then I'm probably going to need items, tents, ethers, etc. to get through it. So I have some antidotes, but next is getting a level, and then getting a couple tents and some antidotes, maybe some Phoenix Downs. Once we get out of the landlock, the game will really start to get a little bit better, and grinding will get easier as well, and gold will become more plentiful. So this is really like the biggest wall in the 4 white mages playthrough, I think. After this, I think things will start to lighten up a little bit. Yo, what's up, doobies? 32 months. I think Lich is actually going to be easy. How could that possibly be? Hope you enjoyed, Tristan. Yo, Professor, 84 months. Thank you. You guys are mean. You guys did this. You guys put us on this path of 4 white mages. What did I want to check? Okay, I got some coin. Oh. I wanted to check magic first. Okay. That will be helpful. I mean, look, we got this crazy ultra grind that we got to get through first, but I think it's going to be a really fun playthrough to see once we get past this little hump right here. It's a little bit of a wall. We just got to chip away at it with a spoon, one hit at a time. And then I think things are going to really pick up. So, you know, that would be Neo. No. You get a job upgrade. I think you can get that at level 18 once you have the airship and I think you just need the airship and the rat tail, and they become white wizards instead of white mages. Warrior becomes knight, and thief becomes ninja. Monk becomes, or black belt becomes monk. The first Final Fantasy job system was in Final Fantasy 3, and then Final Fantasy 5, and then 12 after the fact with the Zodiac International Zodiac edition, International Zodiac Job System edition, and then obviously FF14 MMO. And then after that, I think those are the only ones that have job changes in them. Well, as far as the main ones go, I barely count MMOs because they're an entirely different, completely different beast, where it's like, it has all the Final Fantasy things. Of course it's gonna have jobs as well, you know? So as far as the main Final Fantasies go, those are the ones with job systems. I'm not trying to like cherry pick. I'm just talking about the games that we're playing here, you know? Yeah, but it's still an MMO, and that means it's kind of got a very different structure and base to it. Which, you know, like FF14 is Final Fantasy Disneyland. It has all the Final Fantasy things in it. Woo, nice crit. Honestly, a very large part of the player base are just like Final Fantasy VII fans, or Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9 fans, or Final Fantasy 7 and 10 fans, or something like that. Or just Final Fantasy 14 fans. Yeah, it's true. It's actually kind of harder to find a group of Final Fantasy fans that are like, they just like Final Fantasies, you know? Yeah, some more than others, but whatever. Hey, every social community has some seedy parts to it. Blue Mage says hello. Yep, at the end of the day, Tristan, enjoy what you enjoy and have fun with that, you know? And as always, judge a game for what it is, not for what it isn't. You know, so like when a Final Fantasy is different and it isn't like the other one, that is an irrelevant aspect to it. You know, it's funny, during the development of Final Fantasy XIV, they basically told the development team, make World of Warcraft but different. So the reason there's a lot of people that gatekeep different fandoms is because a lot of the time these fandoms mean a lot to them because they speak to them on a personal level, and there's a sense of like ownership that people get when that occurs, and they think that that fandom is theirs and nobody else's. So when it goes against the thing that they like, they get upset, or if somebody else talks about it in a way that they don't like, they feel personally offended or attacked. And that's honestly an entirely different problem. It has less to do with fandoms and more to do with like people not being, you know, good people and trying to claim ownership over something that they can't have, or trying to claim ownership over something that is freely available for everybody to consume and enjoy it in any way that they want to. I also really find it funny that the vast majority of people that I've said that hate Final Fantasy 16 because it's not turn-based tend to be Final Fantasy 14 fans, which is not turn-based. Curious. That's actually my biggest problem with Final Fantasy XIV, Ziggy, is the homogenization of the job systems. Every job is pretty much the same. Like, every melee is hit the enemy with a sequence of attacks, and the resource management is the same. And it's one of the reasons why I like World of Warcraft better, because every class feels unique. They're all different mechanics and resource systems that change the way you play, not just standing on the side of an enemy versus the back of an enemy and hitting a different button, you know? That being said, I still think Final Fantasy XIV is a fantastic MMO, and I'd play it more if I had the right circumstances, I guess. Greybeard, thank you for 4 months of subbing. Welcome back in. Still feels like I got a smudge on my glasses. Yep. Yeah, isn't that neat? Brains are kind of weird how they just, like, tell you lies. Most action RPGs or games in general don't even have accessibility features. They just say, play it or fuck off, basically. At least FF16 has something there for, you know, people. Oh, thank you, Lamgwin. That's nice. There is a spooky skeleton living inside of you right now. I would say I'm okay at video games. Got a friend into FF games earlier in the year, and he's been having fun, so I tested him with WAF, and he fell in love, and now we're both like, what if we got WAF 2 and more action-based and still kept the monster aspect? Yeah, it'd almost be like Pokemon ZA, except good. Ayo! Sorry, I had to. I really enjoy WAF, yeah, it's fantastic. Nah, I like to poop on Pokemon a lot because they have infinity money and they put very little back into the game development, so it kind of bugs me. But, like, Pokemon's fine. Whatever. I would, from my understanding, there are no plans for a WAF 2, like, at all, so I wouldn't, like, hold your breath or anything, but, you know, whatever. I will also say WAF didn't perform super well. I think it sold about 800,000 copies, and that's including the Maxima. But that's not a terrible... For most smaller projects, that's actually pretty decent. You know, they made a big huff when Tales of Arise sold 1 million. And that's Tales of, which is one of the more iconic names in video games. It came out like a month before FF15, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Zev, no kidding, right? I like 15 more than WAF, but I think it's just because a lot of the time WAF can feel a little bit stale on the battle system. It almost feels very, like, locked into certain things. It lacks a little bit of freedom here and there. Hard to explain. But I enjoy WoW quite a bit, not just for the game, but the humor and the writing is really, really fun. True, Wells has a good counterpoint there. I think Wells got you on that. I think it's especially if you like turn-based gameplay, WoW is definitely a worthy purchase. But if you don't like monster capturing concepts, then maybe WoW might not be for you. But it's basically Final Fantasy's take on Pokemon, but like with a really quirky twist that makes it totally unique and special. Honestly, Lamb Gwyn, that's a really good point. If you're asking here in a room full of hundreds of Final Fantasy fans, you're not asking for an opinion, you're asking for permission. Yes, go get WoW. It might even be on sale right now because I think there's a Square Enix sale on Steam right now. So, I mean, all those Final Fantasy holdouts that you've been waiting for, like the Pixar Masters or Final Fantasy 16 or Remake or Rebirth, that you've been going like, well, should I get it? They're on sale. Now's the time to get them. The Fiesta's good until FF3. we're good. Go get your game. I'm pretty sure you could only get Maxima now, Tristan. Pretty sure they delisted the non-Maxima version. It's $10 right now? It's $10. Square Enix looking at their metrics are like, why did 100 copies of World of Final Fantasy just instantaneously sell right now? You're welcome, Square. All right, we're gonna take a break first. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna get a little snack to eat. And then we're gonna go to the Marsh Cave. We're gonna try. I'm gonna buy some items first. I'm gonna prepare first. We have all the armor that we can get. I want potions, ethers, and Phoenix Downs. So I have actually a good amount of potions. Let's get ethers. I think 10 should cover it. I want to get 2 Phoenix Downs, and that's all we can get. We got some antidotes. And let's drop a save. All right, from here we're gonna try to go to the Marsh Cave. But before we do, I'm gonna pause the timer. Okay, we're gonna pause the timer. We're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get some grub, fill my stomach, use the bathroom, all that kind of stuff. And I'll leave you with, oh, I didn't randomize these. Huh? Oh, has. Wait, 1 second. I accidentally unrandomized my playlist. Yeah. Whoops. All right. Enjoy the jams. We'll be back in a few minutes. Aw. Maya was like, pet me. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. It's so dark and she's such a void. You can't tell what she's doing. Draw a Pokemon from memory. Masquerain. Yeah, her ears are, well, no. That's not why they're one. So she came from, like, a house that was like, they were hoarding cats, and so it was a really bad situation, and the mother, oftentimes, in situations like that, she can stress out and, like, nibble on the cat's ears, and that's what happened. That's why they're not like normal cat ears. They've been kind of bitten to shreds. And so that's why Mia and Maya have their, like, torn up ears, because they came from a hoarding house, basically, where it was a really bad situation. No, that wasn't mange. That was, she's a tortoiseshell. So the lighter parts were just the orange and the darkness you couldn't really tell. So she's not a black cat, she's a tortoiseshell. But she did have some missing fur and a lot of other issues because she has FIP, which is, until recently, a deadly disease for cats. And we had to get her treated and tested, and she had, like, her lungs were full of fluid. She was, like, days away from dying. Like, she almost did not make it. And we got her taken care of, and now she's all nice and fit and healthy. And even then, it's not a guarantee that she'll make it much longer because of the FIP, but she's in good health, and now we just wait and keep an eye on her. So, you know, hopefully she has a nice, long, healthy life, but she's full of energy and very much a kitten. So, I think it'll be fine. All right, Titus has redeemed 100,000 channel points for me to draw a Pokemon from memory, and that is Masquerain. Masquerain. 1 second. Well, it was a 90 days of treatment for the FIP that we had to give her medicine, and she's over that, which is the big hump, and she's still in, you know, all of her tests are come back very positive and everything, so she's doing good. Let's go in the town. What the hell? There we go. All right, Masquerain. I'm pretty sure I know this one. It's not a Ninja Turtle, I promise. What colors is this thing? It's got like all sorts of like little patterns and stuff on it, kind of like a little water butterfly. Something like that. And I want to say it's like a pinkish color. I don't remember the color, but I know it just kind of had a lot of really wild colors to it. We're just gonna do something like this. That's probably nothing like Masquerade, but let's see what we got.
Cool.
Ah, yes. Okay. So hard to find decent pictures nowadays. Masquerade, okay. All right. Let's get the fake Pokemon. This is what the fake Masquerade looks like right here. That's the fake one. The one the world says exists, but in reality, that's Masquerade right there. That's the one. Boom. As you can see, kind of dumb looking. Rainbow of awesome. Okay? Dumb, awesome. Dumb, awesome. Dumb, awesome. You're welcome, planet Earth. There's Masquerade for you. There you go. My gift to you. And it is in the Discord for your whatever purpose you want. Masquerade. Bandit butterfly. Oh. Why Mage was like, what the fuck is that? Shit. Get the sticks, let's go. It's hammer time. All right, let us make our first attempt into the place, the thing, the marsh cave. Ah, shit, it's over. Run it back. Possibly, they just released a FF9 collaboration with a gacha game, which is normal stuff, but like, people are taking that as proof that FF9 remake is around the corner or something. Yeah, forgive me if I don't hold my breath on that one. Why do they need to do a remake of FF9? Can't people just love FF9 stuff? I mean, I got, you know, FF7 and 8 and 9 and 10 stuff all over behind me, but I'm not gonna say, why is there no FF10 remake, you know? I like Final Fantasy. I don't need a remake. Oh, timer. Thank you. No, I agree. I'm gonna wait a minute, by the way. I agree that an FF9 remake would be nice, but they're not gonna do another major FF remake without 7 being finished. Oh. But yeah, they do like Square Enix music and stuff and things all the time, you know? I think if they were to do it a remake, it should be like a remake soft, like Star Ocean 2, where they really modernize the visuals, but like it's otherwise very faithful, you know? Just get rid of Hope. If they did a Final Fantasy 13 thing, it would be a remastered trilogy pack more than likely. It'd just be 4K 60 FPS, and that would be the end of it. They could also do something like, minor changes, like not making the main character death be a game over, or allowing characters swapping up the lead, or something along those lines. But generally speaking, it's more than likely just going to be FPS and resolution increase. Final Fantasy 13 runs at 30 FPS, so... Well, my original thought was World of Final Fantasy style of visual like fidelity for an FF9 remake, or if you've seen Project Memoria, I'm sure you have as a Final Fantasy self-proclaimed Final Fantasy 9 super fan. Those would be in line with it. Even the visuals that they utilized for the collaboration with another Eden look perfect for an FF9, you know, soft remake kind of thing. I didn't buy 10s. Okay, so we're just going with this then. All right. Let's save on a different slot. This is where I wish I had Diara instead of Dia. Never mind then. So the encounter rate in this dungeon is actually somewhat low. It's one of the lower encounter rate dungeons. But the enemies in here are mean, and it is a bit of a longer dungeon too. We're gonna use potions to heal instead of charges. Obsidian, thank you for the 80 months of subbing. Thank you. Wow. You definitely made an impression then. Is FF13 playable on PS5? No. It is on PC and PS3, and that is it. Well, Xbox 360 as well. But that generation of consoles and PC only. These things hit like trucks. Ow. Ow. Why? Why did we stop that thing from running away? Rusty, thank you for 52 months of subbing. Oh, okay, cool. I'm so glad I fucking protect and evasioned just so you could like get hit every single time and then get crit and die. Yeah. Good stuff. Oh, that's not so bad, actually. Died pretty fast. Marsh Cave definitely being Marsh Cave. In fact, it almost seemed like the setup was pointless. I should have just done 2 protects and screw the evasion, because they're not dodging anything with blink, like nothing. Okay, I was like, oh, I'll heal next turn, and then yeah, nope. $65? How do I account for that? I only have 2 Phoenix Downs. Oh. pretty much need to crit in order to kill the green slime or whatever. So this might be rough. Ow. Ariane, thank you for 9 sub-gifts. Is that an oddly specific number? Because we have indeed hit the next incentive. Play me a Dirge. That does make Dirge Cerberus hit. Closer than I thought. Thank you very much for the 9 sub-gifts and hitting the Dirge Cerberus incentive. Obviously, those are shared incentives, so make sure to give 7 some support as well to make sure he hits that. And why is my thing not loading? Please load. Oh, as soon as I hit refresh, it loads. Okay. Not loading. Okay. And there's the new one. Couldn't resist. I appreciate it. Thank you. Were they inspired by the fact that Half-Life 2 had rooftops or something, and that was like it? I don't get it. Oh, damn, Arian. Savage. Come on, crit. Come on, crit. Come on, crit. Crit, 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 crit. And critical. And critical. And okay. Oh, I did it. All right, that's a solid autosave there. We're in the last room. I will make it to Final Fantasy II precisely right after I beat this one. Oh shit, I didn't realize Kraft was dying. Oh, Kraft! I really don't know. 15 hours for this game, probably? Our timer's at 3, so, you know. Alright, I'll take that. No, Kraft mayonnaise, unfortunately. Look at the names. Also, it's weird of them to call Dirge Cerberus an RPG because that is not an RPG. Oh my god, we're done. Okay, yeah, that's it. I don't know if Blink is really going to do me any good here, but... Heck, working on that FF8 sticky magic. Thank you for the 5 sub gifts. Thank you, thank you. Can I just... Okay, thank you. I have dry lips, all right? Yes, 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 that is, yeah. Isn't that a integral part of the Final Fantasy Fiesta there, is it not? Dirge of Cerberus? Well, first off, it's not even first person, it's third person. Second of all, there's no, like, real RPG mechanic. Like, you get guns that can be upgraded and, like, that's about it. Sure, you got some items, but that's not what an RPG is. Oh, yeah. How would I define an RPG? Well, it's got to have a leveling system of some kind. Even if something as simple as like Horizon. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? Why did they run away? What happened? Did I get, like, confused or something? I'm not sure why I ran away, but I loaded my game file. Oh, did I? I must have hit the button because I got Maya over here on my chest, and I must have hit it on accident. Plus the PS5 controller is super touchy. Super sensitive.
Let me kiss that boo-boo better.
That's what we're doing. Thank you, You don't even for the 211 bids. I don't think this is gonna make it, honestly. I think Ziggy's being facetious about RPGs being defined as playing the role of or whatever. Because that's like the technical definition of it, which obviously is stupid and completely way too broad. Oh, we're dead again. Well, I don't think we're ready for this cave yet. I mean, I suppose I could keep beating my head against it until I get good encounters, but like, this can happen anytime, you know? 5 werewolves, like, this is bad. And I definitely do not have enough healing to take care of this. Oh, I do have heal. Actually, I should use heal. I don't even think I have the damage to take care of this. Not really, we're almost out, actually. They the Slayer. Thank you for 7 months. Oh yeah, pretty much all modern RPGs have their foundation from Lord of the Rings. Because that's what inspired D&D, and D&D inspired RPGs, and RPGs inspired other RPGs, and there you go. Might actually be better to just let him die and then res the Phoenix down, but then I won't be able to heal. Like, let's say I even make it out of this encounter alive. I still have to beat the 4 Pisca demons, and yeah, no, it's not happening. I do have a little bit more ethers than I thought I did, so that's nice. I don't want to use any more ethers because I know I'm going to use heal. So I'm not gonna well, I can quick save, yeah, because I can do the quick save or the auto save if I need to leave, and then I have the other save at the top of the dungeon. I don't think I have a snowball's chance in hell of living through this. That's about what I expected. One. Oh yeah, as soon as I undefend on him, he gets beat on. It's like those animes where somebody keeps getting hit or cut, but like something's moving so fast they can't see it, and they're just getting dunked with sticks instead. Like, ow, that really hurt, dick. I want to say they have about 150 HP or so. Alright, that's pretty much it on healing at this point. Well, no, I can still ether. I think if I had like twice as many ethers and potions, I might be able to do this. But as it stands right now, I think this is a bust. Like, I'm out. Tapped, and I'm still getting hit through blink and invis. Look at that. 4 hits in a row. Like, what can I do about that? Nothing. I just need more items. Period. Straight up, you know? What if I can act as a shield? It's possible just defending. Oh my god, dude. I'm really curious to know what my evasion is. I know I can stack Invis, and that might be a better option. Because I don't really have anything on the level 2 spells anyway, so...
I'm in danger.
Yes, I am. Playing Nasdaq, thank you for the 277 bits. Yeah, but how am I gonna get out without any spells? You know? No more ethers after this, no more spell charges. How am I gonna get out? Maybe Invis might help me instead of Blink, maybe. Oh my god, 79. Nice. No. Should be 2 down here. Close. If I had a couple more charges for Protect on everybody, that would also help quite a bit. I'm just surprised at how slow the cash was coming in, though. I figured I'd have a lot more items than this. Oh, I did grind up 4 copper armor thingies. That was quite a bit. That's 3,200 that I could have spent elsewhere. I'm tickling them as hard as I can! Bye. Yeah, after this beginning part, things will start to pick up, but I gotta get past this. This is the major roadblock right here. Like, this is it. This is the reason why I grinded. Wasn't enough, it seems. Close, though. No, you should not rely on too much luck in the Fiesta. Absolutely not. I do have a Phoenix down, so I can get Hellman's back up after the fact, but I mean, I still have to heal up from there, and I don't have anything to heal up with, so... If I can run away from battles, no problem. I cannot run away from battles. This is the Final Fantasy Fiesta, after all. Are you not entertained? True. They can't hurt me if I'm invisible. Ah, fuck. I mean, gosh darn it. Frick, shoot, darn, fudge. Right before he dies. And if you're doing splits, I would say hold. Oh, preemptive, I can run away really easily. They're just flipping them off like, see ya! Peace! Nope. No. Yeah. I am, making an executive decision here. Once I get out of this battle, I'm loading my quick save. This is a loss. The invis doesn't really do much for me. I tried to jump the gun. I knew what I needed to be at for level, and I tried to jump the gun. I knew what level I needed to be at. And I said, nah, we're good. We can go. To be fair, I haven't wasted that much time because I'm gonna get all the XP from going down in here and doing all this stuff, so. Yeah, it was more like a 10-minute loss situation. Invis raises evasion, but it's stackable. So you really need to stack Invis for it to be really good. I would if it wasn't for all the other things that were going on. It didn't feel like it was worth stacking it. What I need to do is have enough charges to get Protect on everybody. Then I would take significantly less damage, and then I could have Protect, Blink, and Invis, and potentially stack it on my front two characters because I don't really have any other big level 2 spells there at all. And then I could save the potions and the healing for the bottom two who will actually take damage, but I need more than 8 potions going in here. I need like 20, 25 potions at least. Maybe another 10 ethers. 2 Phoenix Downs is fine, but yeah. I beat the Pisco Demons, but I lost getting out. I mean, sure, if I just had warrior strength, it'd be fine. We'd be in and out, no problem. Lickety split, easy peasy. There was no hope there, Arian. You were right to not even bother. There was no hope. I feel like I'm quite a bit behind everybody else, though. I feel like my performance here is lower than everybody else's. Which is just part of the fun of the Final Fantasy Fiesta. For you? Thank you, Play Nice, for the 123 bits. I'm guessing you're pretty close to finishing everything up then. If I had a couple tents, as soon as I got done with it, it wouldn't matter, because you save in tents and you get all your spells back. Hey, Rennie, thank you for the 5 sub gifts. Thank you. I think I need at least one more level, and then more items, and then I should be fine. Utilizing the same strategies. You know, the Final Fantasy Fiesta, it's always just like, oh, all white mages, that's not that big of a deal. And then you realize that in the Final Fantasy Fiesta, we cannot run away from random battles. And then it's like, oh. I mean, if we are the heroes, we must eradicate all the monsters. I've considered it, Aryan, maybe. I've considered just uploading the Fiesta only, you know, just so people can have it to watch. It is it's in the maybe category right now. It wouldn't be too much effort, and I want it to be available for people, you know. Oh, but we are, Weapon. But we are. Yeah. The splits and everything page having access to a link to the video is really helpful for that kind of thing too. Blink is a set buff. Invisible is stackable, and Blink is caster only, whereas Invis can be cast on somebody. Think of Invis as more like buffing your evasion stat, like just giving you, it's like you drink a Giant's tonic and you get 1 strength or whatever. Whereas Blink is a buff that gives you an extra chance to evade. It's like protect versus armor that gives you more defense, you know? Yay, we made it back, except without the crown. Yeah, that sounds about right, Chrono Crash. Okay, so let's head over here and see what kind of magic we can get, because we do got a decent chunk of change from our little escapade. We can get another Kira or heal. Actually, healing everybody would be significant to the amount of survivability that I would have, because I don't have any level 4 spells. So this is 3 people with heal now. That's a major upgrade right there alone. That's each of those gets 4 casts of heal. Yeah. Or yeah, because it's level 3 spell. So that's major, major, major. I think that's really what we need, is everybody on heal. So another 1,000 gold. Well, even then, we just need to get another level. Let's just get another level and see where we're at. The great thing about heal, and right now with our level 4 spell, is like, that's all we got. Like, it's just purely for heal, so we can use things like protect and blink a little bit more freely, just because we won't have to worry about losing out on healing. And heal, as long as we use it effectively, heals everybody. There is also the whole Kira thing, but I don't think that's worth it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to rebuy all the potions I used, so. I wanna say 20 potions, minimum 15 ethers. It's really important to note that one of the things that's really nice about ethers is while it only gives you 1 spell charge, it gives you 1 for every spell level. So if I use a heal and a cure, I get those both back. Whereas if I use 2 cures, I only get 1 cure back. So utilizing ethers effectively, which is why I used them mostly on Miracle Whip when I tried earlier, because I get a heal and a cure back. So yeah, using those ethers effectively is a major part in managing resources here. And once again, I think once we get past the Marsh Cave, it's going to be smooth sailing from there, because we'll get the Mystic Key, which will give us access to a Mithril Hammer, which will give somebody a lot more attack power to actually kill things. And then we get the boat unlocked, which will actually take us to a town that can sell us Mithril Hammers. We just have to get there. And we'll have some level 5, level 6 spells. We'll start getting a lot more cash. We can sell all the extra crap that we can't equip because we're only white mages. We'll get silver armors instead of the bronze or copper or whatever that we have, which is a significant upgrade. We could even, if we can get through the airship, get protect rings, which will be a major upgrade, but that's quite a bit of cash. But honestly, white mages are pretty cheap to run, so yeah. But I mean, there's a lot that opens up once I can get out of here. Giddy, thank you for 6 months. Yep, enjoy the lurk, Ziggy. The Fiesta has a lot of time left. Oh yeah, this will actually boost grinding time, because instead of using my cures to, heal, I can use my heals to heal and save my charges for blink, so I can just not go back to the inn more, which will save money, which will make grinding faster, no back and forth, all that kind of stuff. So yeah. Unless I get ambushed. I'm gonna wait for 18 enemies to attack me before I get a turn. Oh my god. Did you guys see the art channel in the Fiesta Discord? Oh my god. Oh, amazing. The Warriors of Mayo and flipping off ogres. Fantastic. Amazing. Also, the FF Fiesta channel and my Discord, comment writer posted something hilarious there as well. I don't even see these things. I'm so ingrained in smashing X against everything that I haven't really been paying attention to anything else. I do feel like I've been getting some really bad HP rules on my leveling up, because I feel like I should have over 200 HP at this point. To be fair, though, the amount of HP that I have is irrelevant. The amount of HP I need is only needs to be enough to live through stuff. After that, I just need healing and ethers, so defenses, right? So the amount of HP I'm getting is not as important. Uh-huh, sure is. I mean, there's a tendency for certain jobs to get, or certain classes to get certain stats more often, but yeah, it's all random. Like I've had speedruns of the PSP version of the game, which is this utilizes a similar stat system, where my black mage has had more than like my ninja, you know, more HP. But I've also had it where my white mage had more than my fighter. Yeah, happens. I mean, all my characters are the same level. You can already see a pretty big variance already. Yep, very good point, Bowser. You only need enough HP. Oh. Yo, Duke has got 11 strength. Duke is a name I associate to, like, what's that, like, Mastiff or whatever dog? You know, just real big, beefy dog. What's a Marmaduke? I've heard of Marmalade. Cartoon dog. Like Garfield. Sigh. You are descended of the Great White Mage Miracle Whip. Oh. The real reason that they're called Miracle Whip is because they perform miracles and wielded a whip. I don't know, local host, because Holy is a level 8 spell, and you don't really get a whole lot of level 8 charges unless we grind up. Now, I will say that when we're grinding, Holy will definitely be used a lot because that'll be our best damage output. but I'm not so sure. You know, even at our best, we're gonna. Well, I think the final dungeon we'll be able to stack ethers quite a bit, and it should be fine. Might have a little bit of holy spam. I'm not sure. It really depends on a lot of things. Big fluffy dog. Speaking of fluffy things, Maya has gone back to her little bed. I know it's a little dark in here, but she's just a void. No, she's asleep. I don't want to wake her up. I should get like a little dome light or something that I can put right here, so I can just turn that on and just have a little soft glow for her. That way, whenever there's somebody in the basket, I can actually cast some light on them. Now the big question of, do I go for another heal, which will give me 4 or 5 charges of heal, or do I get a bunch of potions that will give me overall more healing, but it won't allow me for combat healing? Because, like, with 1,000 gold, as far as items go, that's, what, 50 potions or something? They're 40 each. Five. Oh, that's 20 potions, isn't it? 5 would be 200. And I get that 5 times. That'd be 25 potions, right? I don't know. My brain is mush right now. Wouldn't be a whole lot of potions either way. But 25 potions heals for 50 each. That's 1,250 healing. No, we tried a marsh dive. We did not make it. We should have leveled up again. We're actually right where I want to be. Duke has the HP that I want, actually. What the fuck? I can still use potions in combat. It just won't be 40 HP to everybody. That'll be 50 HP to a single target. Also, heal would last forever, whereas the potions would be consumable. But the potions are better overall, because I need out-of-combat healing that doesn't take away charges. Although, actually, I wonder if an ether now would be better, because an ether would have a heal and a cure attached to it. would that be worth 3 potions? Hmm. There's versatility to an ether too. It doesn't have to be a heal. I did say I wanted about level 15, and I'm 14 right now. Whoa, that was a lot of gil. I got like 600 gil from that fight. So I can actually do the heal and a bunch of potions. Wow, that was a good amount of gold. Let me see what the level 5 spells are like. I think they're like 4,000, so they're just completely unaffordable. $2,500. Yeah, but what can I get? I want to say level 4 spells are really bad. It's like you get Poison Cleanse, and like that's okay. I do want Null Frost, and actually Fear might be okay. Null Frost and Fear. I think I might want those, at least on a couple characters. Okay, so I'm gonna get the heal. And then I'm gonna spend the rest on ethers, or I go potions. It's only 2 ethers if I go ethers. Maybe with the heals on everybody, ethers I have will be fine. I do need some sleeping bags as well. Well, I need at least 1 tent. And 2 ethers? Actually, everybody does, and they get away with it. That's what's really going on. Oh, okay. Let's try it again. Take 2. We're not even that much stronger, but I don't know. I feel like I could do it. I can be pretty aggressive with my spell use here. Oh, you know what? I need another tent. I need 2 tents. I only got 1 tent. I need 2. You know why? Because I need another tent for when I come out of the dungeon. Because I'm going to be tapped. That's basically going to carry me to the rest of the way back. So this actually will give me enough gold fighting this battle that I can go and get another tent. So I'll just fight this battle, get another tent, spend the rest of my money on whatever. Meow, meow, meow. White Mage is the paragon of strength and prowess. Hammer Wizard. Remember, we just gotta get over this hump. Once we get over it, oh, it's gonna be good. That's why I think this will only take about 15 hours, because like, yeah, a good third of it is gonna be just leading up to Marsh Cave, which is always a block, by the way. It's just the grinding goes faster when you have, you know, damage. But we'll get access to so much more once we break out of this area. All right, that's for getting there and for out. Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, I get to play Final Fantasy for a little bit longer. I'm good. 100 gil? Good lord, that's a lot of money. Tell you what, I'll give you 50 gil and you let me fluff the pillow. Well, the website has our stream times, fffiesta.com, so you can always check back there to see when we stream, and it automatically is updated for your particular time zone. So you're covered there. Also, my schedule's down below. It'll tell you exactly when my next stream is, based on your time zone. So you just scroll down below, and it's right there. Oh, no worries. Either way, gotta do what you gotta do. I know the ADHD life. It's broken? I'll fix it. Oh, I'll fix it real good. I mean, I think like almost nobody looks at the panels below anymore these days, so. It used to be a big part of Twitch. Those panels below give you all the information, and now nobody looks at them. I don't even look at them. Would you stop going through my blink? Please and thank you. Thank you. See, he knows. He understands. Delicate nature of a white mage. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get that going. Thank you, Jane Erie, for the new sub. Welcome in. Enjoy the Final Fantasy Fiesta, where we grind with white mages endlessly. Is that even possible? I feel like it would be if you just grind it out as craft every single battle. Maybe? But how do you grind S-Craft without fighting? I guess if you had the one Master Quartz that did that, but you usually don't get that until much later, so... Almost forgot my heal. We'll save this here. Quentin Tarantula. Gonna take a drive right into the danger zone. Right. We're gonna take a ride into the danger zone. We're going into the danger zone. We're gonna take a train. We're gonna take the shuttle into the danger zone. We're gonna carpool into the danger zone. Thank you, Storm, for the 7 months of subbing. Savin, thank you for the good luck. Yeah, you know, I mean, you know, we're here, we're doing our thing. We're going. Oh, why is my nose itchy? Jonesing for some more coffee, that's what it is. Need a cuppa. Got him a coffee, man. Alright, so I think tents don't like fully restore charges, so as long as I get like most of my stuff and then use the tent. Clown car into the danger zone. Yes. That's what it is. Now I remember. Alright, we'll save over here. Let's go. Let's go. One sec. Good autosave. Hey, when I have all my spell charges and everything, gargoyles ain't so bad, but I mean, they're kind of tearing my butthole apart right now. Don't blink. The amount of potions I have is worrisome, but I think it's just because I'm not realizing the Aether situation. This is gonna be a long battle. It may not be so taxing on the resource side of things, but it's gonna be long no matter what. Yeah, they don't hit very hard, so we're fine to just not buff. Run away, green slimes, you're scared. You can't take us down. The one thing I'm worried about here is poison, because that will start doing a lot of damage, especially considering how long this battle is gonna go. Just waiting for a crit. There's a crit. Nice. Thank you, Phobos, for the 355 bits. The worst part about that is it was probably almost dead. Because I only got like, what, 30 HP or something. Run away, you're scared. Ah, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm a ghost. Team Paladin was hiding. Maybe they're just waiting for their opportunity to strike. Thank you, Chrono, for the 355 bits. Yeah, that's this battle right here.
Sardines!
They don't look like sardines to me. Maybe they're toxic waste covered sardines. Thank you, Matthews, for the 100 bits. Second one should be dead soon. Oh, there's the crit.
For real?
Yeah. For real. Thank you, Playing Ads, for the 144 bits. I'm not sure what we're talking about, though. Yep, kingdoms were built and destroyed in the course of the battle of the white mages versus the green slime. To be fair, I don't think white mages really get any crit of any kind. I think they just have the base crit of like 5% or so. Alright, we're looking really good right now. That's also a good autosave right there on the... Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, here it comes.
Yep, there you go. There's the payoff. This is the death for sure. Thank you, Playing As, for the 468 bits. These also poison, by the way. Why? I don't think I've seen a single enemy actually land a runaway. Why? Why do they all miss their runaway? Why? Don't miss your runaway, please. I encourage you to run away. I can't. So please, in my stead. Thank you, Colonel, for the 344 bits. I think it was instantaneously destroyed.
Summon
Coffee! I need a coffee. Thank you, Michael, for the 120 bits. I want a coffee. Summon coffee. Tecmo Secret of the Stars? Oh, damn. Oh, I thought you were going for a palindrome. No. So runaway, well, as far as the enemy runaway chance, I think it's just a hit that they have to land and that's it. But as far as player runaway, it's based off of like agility, intelligence, evasion percentage, in some weird convoluted formula. It's really awkward. I don't know why, but yeah, it's awkward. Your team anti-palindrome. Wow. An enemy among us. Oh, I've already beaten that fight, but I died afterwards, which led me to believe that I was not ready for it. But since then, I have gathered a lot more resources and a level. I gained a level as well. So I should be able to beat the wizards and actually make it out of here alive. Probably, maybe. Probably, maybe, perhaps, possibly. Maybe. I think it's okay to quick save there. Yeah, one more down. You can tell you're near the Mind Flayer because the bat will always get in your damn way. This battle sucks. Christmas Cave? Why is it the Christmas Cave? Thank you, player, for the 110 bits. Christmas Cave? Festive colors? I guess. There's a lot of green in here. Everything's so green. This bottom level has been pretty rough. But I still think we're in good enough shape that we can win this and get out of here. Oh, nice. Crit. Okay. That was an early crit, too. Okay, so let's portion this out. She's the least likely to heal, so let's do that. And then we'll get a quick save. Alright, let's go.
Oh yeah, here it comes.
Oh, preemptive! Oh, Oh my goodness. I think I should start with Protect. Yeah, but I don't get it until a little bit later. I don't have it just yet. Thank you, Play Asking, for the 468 bits. Yeah, you can preemptive or get ambushed on any boss encounter. It's a kind of hilarious aspect of this game. With Protect, 71. Jeez. Well, if I was playing the PSP version and I could glitch, I would have the staff that casts nuke on use at this point, and it would be easy. But you know. I don't know. I don't know the reference, sorry. I don't know things. Oh. Can we get some like actual decent hits? They have about 100 to 150 HP. In fact, I want to say there's no like set HP for enemies in this game because I want to say they have hit dice like Final Fantasy, or not Final, like D&D. So enemies have hit dice, which means basically their level, but it's how many times you roll your HP. And so like if you have 5 hit die enemy, you roll their HP, you know, a D10 5 times, and that's their HP. And I want to say that that's the way HP is done for most enemies in Final Fantasy 1, at least in the original, where they have a variance of HP that are rolled as soon as they spawn. And I want to say it's like around 100 to 150 HP. And I can't remember exactly if this game does that or not, but I know a lot of older NES games do tend to have a tendency to do that kind of mechanic. That's pretty much it. I think Mithril Hammers otherwise, which I'll get as soon as I'm done here. I want to say there's one other hammer, like a opal hammer or something like that. I don't know. There might also be some staves. There's like the healing staff, which actually has better attack power than the mithril hammer, if I'm not mistaken. May have worse, but it can be used to cast heal to the party, but obviously I can't do that because of our incentive. But yeah, we can actually use the Masamune. Everybody can.
Surprise, bitch! Oh man, we got him good.
Hey.
See, look at his eyes.
I'm doing just fine. Thank you, Lotto, for the $7.77 donation. Thank you. Feliz Diez Anos de Final Fantasy Fiesta. Yeah, what he said, I think, probably. It's the MC hammer. The main character hammer. Yeah, main character hammer. Oh, the crit. I think, wow. How do I want to handle this? Solo do a heal there. A heal there. And a heal there. I know it's a little bit of overkill, but my mindset is I'm thinking about the ether usage afterwards, and since I'm so drained on level 1 spells, I'm trying to utilize some of my tier 3 spells there, so that when I use more than 1 ether, it won't be a waste. And I want to keep a blinks for the trip out as well. So far, this is going really smoothly. Aside from that crit, everything is really good. So we just got, once we get the last one down, it's easy, smooth sailing from there. I won't even need to heal really unless I get really unlucky with crits. Should be good. I would be safe to do a quick save and actually try to leave. Oh, well, either way, hell yeah, Lotto, and thank you for the support. Should be down pretty soon. I haven't been counting damage. There it is. Everybody goes to sleep before the battle's over. I've had D&D sessions where some battles last so long that it's the entire session. All right, we got some good hits in there. Really good fight. We're really good on resources. I don't even need to use ethers right now. So I'm absolutely good at quick save here.
Cool.
Thank you, Talon, for the 123 bits. I'm not gonna blink here because it's only 2 enemies, even though they do hit kind of hard. They can take regular damage, so I don't think it's necessary. Oh, we're perfectly in line for a heal now. Okay, not so much anymore. Jerk. At this point, it's basically save and recover after every battle. If it's a good battle, that is. If it's a bad battle, we do not save. I was almost out of the 3rd floor where I wouldn't get these anymore, but nope, we had to get a 6-pack. And not even the beer kind. Kraft is just like, I don't need no freaking dodge. I mean, I did stack that invis on him. No, 6-pack of scorpions would basically, I would just let myself die. I do have some experience with this, though. Oops, did I waste an antidote? Four black mages, no spells. You do it first. Why black belt's an item only? At least give me some warriors so I can take some hits. That being said, you can't do items only, so. Wow, I gain a level. That will be worthless. Well, it might be helpful, actually. Okay, so at this point I need to ether. No, I do not. I'm not gonna quick save. That was a pretty mean battle. I get the autosave from there anyway. Well, to be fair, Iceman, we're not even at the point of the game where we have any spell items. The first one you really get that's worth using is the Thor Gauntlet, which is not too far away. I mean, if we had a regular team, we would have been there and done and gotten our class change, because it's in the Temple of the Trials or whatever, where you get your rat tail to get the class change. But we're not even there yet anyway, so we're not really missing out just yet on that aspect of the game. We still have to do, as far as this playthrough goes, Earth Cave, and then Earth Cave again. There's some small stuff, like going around the world and stuff. But, and then Ice Cave. And then we get our airship, and then Trial. Yeah. So as far as this playthrough goes, like 4 hours from now, if this was a normal playthrough, I would have already been done and through that. Oh. Okay, I know who to ether now. I ether the people with Dia. We have had Final Fantasy Fiestas where we've beaten Final Fantasy 1 on the first day. What's up, Grangioth? Oh my god, what? How am I getting them here? Get out of here. What's up, Grangioth? Welcome into the 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta, day one. Day one, and you came at a good time because we are actually getting out of the biggest block that this playthrough will have, which is Marsh Cave, and we finished the Pisca Demons, and we're on our way out. So yeah, thank you for the raid. What's going on over there? No class change is pretty damning because it basically gives you the scaling that you need to get to the end game. It's really rough and will probably require a lot of grinding, but all white mages without class change would also prevent you from getting holy, which would probably make it a soft lock at that point. I mean, not entirely. You could use the potion items to beefy up someone with a melee, but you still have to get there, which would be really, really, really hard without holy. But yeah, I think no class change is way worse than people think it is, because you're only able to get up to what, level 5 spells before your class change. You can't get anything beyond that. Or is it level 4? I think it's actually level 4 because I remember needing class change in order to get haste. Yes! We have done it. We have conquered the Marsh Cave. Alright. We're gonna go back to town and recover and recoup before we head over to get the crown, or the jolt, whatever it is. Got it before the 5-hour mark. I don't know how that compares me against 7, but it feels like I'm way behind him at that point, like way behind him. I mean, couldn't have taken him that much faster, right? The best part about the Final Fantasy Fiesta is that it's the Final Fantasy Fiesta. Oh, that's already happening. Yeah, I mean, look, you guys are worried about the white mage grind. We got penance on the docket. Like, this is baby grinding compared to what's going to be happening for Final Fantasy X. It actually succeeded! Yes! Finally, one of the enemies actually succeeds in running away. Nah, it won't be a dark matter grind. It'll mostly be a sphere grid grind. Oof. Captures, we gotta do all the captures, you know. Well, we don't have to do all the captures, technically, but it would be dumb not to do all the captures. You guys think I have to grind dark matters. That's cute. You guys are cute. I will show you the way. And he's, yeah, Yojimbo. Can't use Yojimbo. I mean, we could use Yojimbo, but if we get Zanmato, then we're resetting. So basically, we're not using Yojimbo. There it is. Locked in. We're in town. The crown is locked in. Done. Lulu only penance? I think that's impossible. Okay, so do I get... Do I save my money or do I go for some spells? Let me check the spells. What do you mean about the Final Fantasy 13 incentive? The Final Fantasy 13 incentive is 2 max job rolls, default weapons only, which means we can't use a catalyst to upgrade them and we can't change them. And then we also must use lightning as the main character. Well, if they get unlocked. Team Palindrome, very beautiful Prophet. Thank you for the 551 bits. All right, I'm gonna get 1 Diara. I think that's fine. Why is it like the spells are so spaced out to like certain levels are amazing and other levels are complete garbage? And I only need 1 No Frost. Yeah, I only need 1 person with No Frost. So I'm just gonna do that there. I know it's expensive, but I only need 1 person with it, so. And let's restock a few items. I think that's fine. Okay. Death to the what? But you know what? Thank you for the 1,100 bits. Yeah, you sure showed that palindrome who's boss. Oh, yeah, the FF5 and FF13 aren't displaying correctly, and I don't know why. But no, I mean, if you check the Discord, we obviously announced incentives for both FF3 or FF5 and FF13. They're there. We will have incentives for them. when you get to unlocking them, you'll see them as well. Like as soon as FF4 all sealed equipment is unlocked, you'll see that there's an FF5 one. So magic learning class means that if somebody learns white magic, they cannot learn black magic at all. So they have to have only one class of magic learned only. So we have to spec our characters, and since it's magic only for our output, we can only have we can only have a black mage or a white mage. We cannot have just anybody learns whatever.
Surprise,
Hey,
bitch!
jeez.
Oh man, we got him good. See the look in his eyes. Hee-haw.
I guess you can see the look of my eyes now. Thank you, Joey, for the 777 bits. That is definitely a death to palindrome. Yeah, basically it just means no red mages in FF2. And we can't use melee anyway, so magic is our entire output. I didn't have to use any of my Phoenix Downs. All I did was gain 1 level and then put heal on three more other characters. And then I have like 2 more ethers or something like that. That's it. I was so close. And that little bit of close was just easy peasy street. Thank you, Arceus, for the 323 bits. The palindrome cheer for palindrome. Metal. We sure did. Hey, does anybody know what 7 ended his timer at today? Like what his race timer was at by the end of his stream? He forgot. Usually he sends me a DM letting me know. So I know where I can go to before, in order to keep the timers active, or equal rather. But he did not. 617. Thank you. $630.50. Oh, there we go. 630. That makes a little bit more sense. Okay. Still plenty of time to make some headway. The white Miyagi's? Master Miyagi? If all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Literally. I think it's probably safe to just tent here. We'll pitch a tent. Don't look. Mayo jizz. Oh, the mayo jizz. There, yeah, okay. Ha 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 ha. If I had that crown, I'd be invincible. But I'll wait to be to take it before until after I beat you up. Wait, no, wait, no, I take it back. Give me the crown first. All right, so usually his first turn is death, but it's like a 50-50. I don't think I really need to blink here. Thank you, Joey, for the 299 bits. Ah, null fire would have actually been useful here, apparently. I did not know he cast Fyra. I did not know that. Whew. So the problem that I have with this fight is that it may take some time, and I wonder if he's considered like undead or anything. And he does cast that death, right? So I wonder if silence will work. Oh, he has all of them, doesn't he? I only hit once anyway, so slow doesn't really do anything. Looks like only fire and lightning, turns out. That's a shame. So you can only have one null on at a time. So it's not like I can get null fire and lightning and then like be invincible or anything. But if I got at least null fire, I'd have something. If I end up struggling with the fight, that's what I'll do. I mean, he's only taken like 50 damage and he's got like 250 HP or something. So I mean, like we got a ways to go. No! Nice. Oh, that's well. It actually doesn't. No, he doesn't attack. What do I care how much he's hasted? Once again, irrelevant. So the way slow works in this game is it reduces the amount of attacks you get, but I only have one attack anyway. Warriors would have like 4 or 5 at this point, so then they would only hit for once, which obviously is detrimental, but it doesn't matter. Ow? That was a lot more than normal. Well, that is actually really bad. That's actually really, really bad. I did not know he did Dark Ra. I do not have cleansing on Dark. I don't know if it ever falls off during battle either. Like other debuffs, paralyze, sleep, they fall off naturally during battle, but I don't believe darkness does. That sucks. Guess I'll have to get some eye drops if I don't make it through this. Well, oh, no. I was gonna say I prioritize him on healing, but... Yep, Joey, thank you for the 355 bits. It's gonna, I think we're about halfway, but does not bode well for my output here. I think what I can do is the ones that are blinded, I'll just use ethers on them to start giving their charges back so they can be our primary healers. Okay, that's bad. If only he was silenceable. Actually, my blinded units... Oh, he does attack. How about that? My blinded units are still hitting pretty reliably. Rip. Oh, hey! I gets rid of my blind. Hopefully the Phoenix, nah, the Phoenix Down didn't go off first. Shame, but it still went to him, so that's cool. It's kind of bad because there's a good chance that he'll do a spell here. Yep, friggin' knew it, dude. That's just bad luck. Nothing I can do about that. Well, it's not doesn't look like I'm gonna make it through this, but maybe a couple lucky crits might send me through the end. But I'm probably gonna have to make my way back and prepare a little bit better than this. Bud, you got 3 stacks of haste, my dude. Like, just one-shot me. Yay! Boo! No change of damage. Nothing happened on that round. Seems like Fire has the higher chance of doing more damage, so I want no Blaze. Yay! Finally kept everybody off with regular cures just in time for fire to come in again. Yep, this is bust. This is a waste. Damn, that's a shame. I didn't think Astos would be that big of a pain. Thing is, the fight usually lasts 2 rounds because he's got like, what, 250, 500 HP somewhere in there. You just go pap, he dies, maybe you get a death, 2 turn, you're done. Like, it's that fast. And I did not know he did Darkness or Fyra. Alright, learning all sorts of neat things with this playthrough, eh? No, Astos is just as easy in NES, with a normal party anyway. It's not a hard boss, but with 4 white mages, oh boy. I mean, he has a 50% chance of casting Death at the beginning, with like a roughly 50% chance to actually land it. And then if he Fyras, then you're gonna live through it. And so you just whap and he dies. The worst that can happen is a death. Well, I can't heal that, so... Oh, nice. Ouch. Better than a spell. Well, this is it. This is all I got. It's all out from here on out, but I'm pretty sure he's just gonna AoE right here and I'm down. Oh, maybe he's out of MP or casts or something. I don't know if bosses can actually get that, but it seems like it. Nope. Okay. We're going back for some eye drops at least. Boy, I'm actually surprised. Like, I thought no problem.
Let me kiss that boo-boo better.
Oh, look, I'm full HP. Look what you did, Joey. Thank you, bud. Thank you for the 211 bits. You healed me to full with the game over. Alright, I at least need some eye drops. And if there aren't any eye drops in FF1 Pixel Remaster, then I'll just get blind. Nothing. If you're trying to give me strategies, don't. I would be very upset. Especially considering I hate backseating already, but it's a race, and then you would just be giving me advantages. Like, why would you want to do that, you know? It's like somebody's in a marathon, and instead of them running to the end, you just let them hop in the car and drive to the finish line. That's not fun. Alright, let's see about Noblaze. I should have enough. Noblaze will at least significantly minimize the amount of damage I take. Alright. That will give me plenty of... like, that already basically halves the amount of damage that I'm taking, because Noblaze was pretty much what he cast the most. I can't even get Null Shock. Check for eye drops. We need at least like 10, I think. Yeah. Alright, I need to fight a battle so I can go to the inn. And I need to buy another tent. And then we'll go and do it again. I think with just Noblaze, I think we'll be fine. If only I had the Mystic Key. Get that Mithril Hammer. Do actual damage. Yeah, I mean, if you're wanting to help with by offering advice, the fact that you asked first is complete forgiveness. Like, there's no problem there at all, ever. I think I can get away with not blinking here. I wonder if getting a level is worth it. I need about 1,000 to level up. But it's not guaranteed that I'll get anything worth a damn, like a spell charge or an attack, strength, whatever bonus. I think I pretty much just need to go in there with no blaze and things will be a lot better. You know what? I might need a couple Phoenix Downs though for the death. Like, I could get a lot less lucky with that. I think we just gotta go in there, you know? Not much else I can do for power output just at this point yet. Permanent for the whole fight. Never goes away. Buffs in this game are like that. They just stick forever. Which honestly is the way buffs should be. For instance, Earthbound is really bad with buffs. You get a little bit of a stat increase, and then it slowly depletes over time, and it's really just not good. Because even just the stat increase by itself isn't even really all that worth. You know, I'm gonna save first, then I'll tend. Alright, I also don't have to waste turns on Invis or anything because he doesn't really do any melee. And if he does, it's actually better than him casting a spell, so yeah. Well, you can do FF1 without fight, but wouldn't recommend it. Oh, come on, dude. He's just landing everything now. I'm missing like crazy. He's landing everything. This is just going worse, just cuz. Watch him cast a spell right after.
Once upon a time, go the fuck to sleep. The end.
Thank you, Joey, for the 288 bits. One. Unbelievable. He hasn't even used fire yet. Dude, this is such bullshit. I have a legitimate strategy now, and then he's just like, nah, I'm gonna do everything that is the opposite of that, so fuck you. Oh my god! I'm just retiring this one. I'm just not gonna let him kill me. Hey, I don't need to use Blink because he's not gonna use a melee. Uses melee 5 times in a row. Now as I let him kill me, he's gonna do no damage for like 18 million turns. Or he's gonna use inefficient methods like fire after I have no blaze up. It's like he tripped. It's like he's in the middle of tripping. Whoa. Hey, Hot Buns, thank you for 6 months in advance with the 30-month sub. Thank you. Damn it. I was trying to overwrite my no blaze with no frost so the fire would do more damage. There we go. Palin, nope. Aw, man, thank you for the $2.38 donation. Let's try this again and hope I don't get completely screwed again. Hilarious how he's normally such an easy boss, but 4 white mages is like, nope. Hey, Bandit, thank you for continuing your sub. Appreciate that as well. Thank you. I can't even get null shock, so it's like that much more insulting. Yes, definitely, Jake. No question. Thank you, Zycleon, for the 29 months. I want to say the first time that y'all voted jobs, which is where this incentive came from, it was like 3 white mages and a fighter or something like that, and so it's just like it was a slower playthrough, but we had all the healing in the world, you know. He's done 1 Fyra and 4 Thundaras. Can't make this stuff up. Can I get a friggin' break, dude? It's all Thundaras. Oh, you got no blaze? Cool, yeah. I mean, I know in that one battle I cast Fire 90% of the time, but hey, we're going Thunder this time, you know? Yeah, if I had Reflect, that would be great. I don't even remember if Reflect exists in this game, but if it does, it's not until later. I definitely do not have access to it. Oh, you wanted Fyras? Okay, fine. We'll do it right after I already damage you for extra double damage. This is also not going well. Oh my god! 3 spells in a row! What the hell? The first attempt was so nice! I just didn't have the right tools for it. And then I come back with the tools and he's just like, just kidding, I'm gonna be a complete asshole. Frick! I'm almost out of healing and I haven't even done any damage to him yet. There is a null all in this game, which gives you protection from all elements, yes. There's also null death, which is unnecessary because prot rings, but yeah. Why was the cursor all the way down there, buddy? Oh, this is so painful, dude. This is awful. I don't get it, man. Watch the Phoenix Down come out after all the heals. Yep, of course. I don't know how I can constantly get so unlucky every single time. I also haven't gotten any good damage hits. It's been almost entirely all ones. Thank you, Joy, for the 110 bits. Dude, he almost never did 2 spells in a row ever until I actually got into this fight with the proper tools, and then he did it multiple times. I really thought the Marsh Cave would be the end of it. I'm baffled that Astos is being such a jerk. So we're gonna grind for money so we can have resources. I don't really know anything that I can get that actually would help this. More like why mages just aren't effective against Astos. There's just no damage output. I'm trying to think if there's somewhere I can go now that I can actually like fight things. I'm trying to think about anywhere I might be able to go to get some loot. I think I could go to the Dwarf Cave. I know I can get the Worm Blade there, but there might be something else. I don't know if I need the Mystic Key. I think I need the Mystic Key to open those doors, though. Pretty sure you do. Otherwise, I would do it every year. Get the Worm Blade, it's just better. So I'm pretty sure I need the Mystic Key, and the Mystic Key is right behind that damn Lich. It's like, or not Lich, but Astos. It's like, literally Astos is the only thing stopping us from just opening shops, opening up spell vendors, opening up airship, everything, just everything. Invis is just evasion. Yeah, but he's got like somewhere between 250 to 500 HP. Sometimes hitting for 30 is going to take a long time. So another level will potentially get us some strength. It'll definitely get us some HP, and it'll just make things a little bit more reliable. Plus, it'll give me enough money that I can buy more than 2 Phoenix Downs. So if I take a death, it's not going to be so detrimental. Because only having 2 Phoenix Downs, like I have to get good RNG in order to make it through that. We're pretty close to a level anyway, so we're just gonna get a level. I'm baffled that I can't do this. I did not expect Astos to be such a pain. I thought it might be like, you know, a little bit of a long battle, hitting them with white mages, and then whatever, you win, move on, but no. Spells don't miss. Correct, I was cast, yes. There is a race channel on the Fiesta Discord for every Final Fantasy if you want to discuss strategies. That way you don't spoil me. Bum, bum, bam, bam, down. Wah, ow, ow. I got a kitty. Ooh. Okay, thank you. Apparently my wife is making me something. It's my birthday tomorrow. She's letting me lick the spoon. It's an espresso flavored something or other. I don't know what it is, but... Oh man, is it good. Yep. You know, I'm less shy about like eating and people watching me than I am about just how I look in general. What's up, limited time? Oh, well, thank you. I think I got a little bit on my fingers. Let me rinse my hands off real quick. That was delicious. I can't wait to find out what it's actually attached to. Hey, that's a good idea, Wells. Solid plan. So funny enough, Rocco, that's actually what I wanted to do when the first day I unveiled my camera. I was gonna, I asked Seven to record a video saying, "Hey, it's me, it's BDG." Yep, I guess it's true. All the rumors about me being Seven Sins are true, and it just never got around to it. You know, it'd be nice some high potions too. Oh, that's smart, Racco. I like that. Oh man, the game is really just really handing it to me right now. Solid. I give her 5 sub gifts. Well, the good news is that if you're not caring about your race time in comparison to everybody, you could just use fast forward. So, you know. Why did it do that? Why did it do them all individually and then as a group? That's weird. That's very odd. You know, everybody always says warehouse, but never how house. Howie's house, yeah. I think usually when Twitch starts twitching, it usually means they're doing some updates to the whole website. And then it starts getting a little wonky and then it clears up. True, true, true. As long as it's not a full moon, the warehouse will be fine. Yeah, you know, are you a full half a moon half full or a moon half empty kind of person? Four HP? Oh boy! Well, that just changed everything. Goody! All our problems have been solved. Everybody gained 4 HP. I'm pretty sure Protect protects against magic damage. It's like Final Fantasy 3, where Protect just reduces damage and not just physical damage. I think I can help mitigate the damage that way. That won't change anything about like won't change anything about what do you call it? Death, but Protect is only tier 1. I can rebuff very easily, so I just need a couple Phoenix Downs. I'm fairly certain Protect is like Protect in FF3, where it just protects against all damage. Like defense is just defense. But it's also possible that Magic just has flat damage based off of an int, and Protect doesn't do anything about that, but we'll see. I mean, I'm pretty much done grinding anyway. I could try it. Won't hurt anything. At the very least, it'll protect against his melee attack, so... Yo, what's up, SOS Diablo? How's it going? Welcome in, everybody, to the 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta, a race through the entire Final Fantasy franchise, main numbered entries, along with some extra stuff. We're not allowed to run away from battles, we're not allowed to glitch or step around or anything like that, and we will be doing a lot of different challenges, collectathons, and other things. Welcome in. What are you up to? Right now, we have all white mages played through a Final Fantasy 1 because that's what everybody voted for. Yeah. We also are not allowed to use items that cast spells like the Thor Gauntlet or the Healing Staff or the Mage Robe. Right now, we are just trying to get lucky enough, I guess, to defeat Astos with 4 white mages. We're just about ready to head back in and get our asses handed to us. Oh yeah, Metaphor. It was... If you like Persona 5, you'll like Metaphor. Yep, Silk Song was alright. Didn't mind it. I only did the regular ending on Silk Song. I had some issues with Silk Song. I wasn't particularly fond of it overall. I enjoyed it, but I wasn't like in love with it. No, we've never done all white mages in the Fiesta. Have a good evening, Wells. Take it easy. You know, it's going to places that are not here and also yet also here and other things. Where you can't get anything. I just thought on the off chance I might be able to check something there. I do feel like I am missing something that I could utilize against Astos, but I think the best thing to do here, 2 more Phoenix Downs. A tent. Aether's probably... Alrighty. Did we in? Yeah. So the extra level may have gotten us. I think it did get us an extra level 4 spell, so that's an extra heal on everybody. So that's, I guess, useful. But yeah. Okay. Nope, we had, I think, 3 white mages and a warrior when we first did this incentive, because the incentive is chat votes the jobs, which they did. And I'm pretty sure they voted for several white mages, but not full white mages. And that was several years ago. I know one time I did an all white mages speed run of the PSP version of the game a long time ago, but the PSP version of the game you can just glitch in the what's it called? Judgment Staff, which casts flare as an item, and you just get 4 of those and you win. Like, I used to speedrun FF1 PSP, which was about an hour-and-a-half speedrun. The all-white mages speedrun took, like, 2 hours 15, something like that. Not a whole lot more. You know, I also wonder if he's sleepable. Sleep is actually a pretty decent spell. Oh no, sleep is black magic in this game, never mind. Sleep is usually black magic, to be fair. Take 4, let's go. It's a Mystic Key door, right? Yep. A joyful noise! Thank you for the raid! Welcome back in! You're just in time for us to suffer greatly at the hands of Estos with 4 white mages. Thank you for the raid. Welcome into the 10th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta, a race of the series without running away from battles, along with a number of other challenges, collectathons, etc. All sorts of stuff for all sorts of amazing games. Unfortunately, we do not have red mages. We have white mages. So I can get you halfway there. You remember how I gained a level and like I almost gained no HP at all? It's almost like the exact same fight. Good times. Well, that pretty much mitigates all the physicals, so that's good.
Cool.
I mean, at least it's something. Thank you, Joy, for the 123 bits. Thank you. Seems like I may possibly have gotten nice some increased offense, potentially. Alright, we're fully buffed. Now we just hope for the best. I don't think Invis is gonna do anything for me. It might not be a bad idea to just throw up some Invis though. Maybe it messes with his AI or something, you know? Can't hurt aside from losing the turn. At this point, we're a little desperate anyway, right? So... It did not do anything so far, anyway. I mean, it'll help with the melees at least, right? So... Which will probably never do any more ever again, right? Toad is black magic in every Final Fantasy except for 4. Ooh, 42. Way to go. Big damage. Who's a big boy? In 2, I'm pretty sure it's still black magic. By the way, typically speaking, Toad is listed as black magic. It is 3. It's 3. Yes, you're right, because the way Toad works in FF3 is different. It's more of a story spell than really anything, because you got to turn yourself into a toad so you can swim through the water pipes.
For real?
Yeah, for real. That's what it is. Thank you, Joey, for the 144 bits. It's 3 that has it as white magic. Every other one is black magic. My damage is definitely increased from before. This bodes well. It is interesting though. I never considered that. I never even thought about it. So it's still an interesting little tidbit. I considered using a heal too, just to top myself off, but now I risk dying if he casts a spell again. And he's not casting fire! He's not casting fire rod. Which is bad. Because I can have fire damage, I cannot have Thundara damage. Oh, is that what it is, Selnica? Okay, yeah. Good point. Slow is irrelevant. Doesn't do anything for me. Or against me. It seems like I'm having a lot of like 5s and 7s more often and less 1s. So I do think I got some strength on everybody, but I need crits to really bring it home. Dude, he's going ham with magic again, and he's not casting fire! He just keeps casting thunder! I take full damage from that, but I can have fire! Why are you not casting fire? And he's going ham with magic. Like, he's casting it way too much. I can only... Ugh, it's frustrating. It's getting so screwed on RNG. Three hit, okay. At least that missed. Hey, both my blind targets hit through the blind. But I am almost out of eye drops, which is kind of insane. Yay. Oh, what was with that crit? Why was it so low? Two in a row, dude. Two in a row is such BS. If he does it again, I actually die. It's over. Okay, cool, I guess. He just keeps spamming his damage, man. There's just no, I can't do anything about that. I just don't have output for that kind of thing, you know? Oh yeah, 4 white mages, infinite healing, still can't out-heal the damage. And the Phoenix Down is obviously going to come out after all the heals, because why would it go in before so I could actually heal the res target? But no! God, every time!
I need that ball!
Every time I've res somebody with a heal, it's always heals first, then res. Cannot catch a break. Thank you, Joey, for the 510 bits. He is just being a jerk. I cannot do anything about this. At least he doesn't heal. I don't know why I bother casting that. Doesn't matter. He's not going to cast fire. He's just going to keep casting Thundara. At least the deaths are missing. Come on. I think you should be pretty close. Yes, keep doing that. That's a good one. I like it when you do that. More crits. Yes! Yes! I never thought I would cheer so much to get freaking Astos down. One of the easiest bosses in the whole game. You hit him twice, he falls over. But 4 white mages, I don't think so.
Yippee!
Thank you, Joey, for the 303 bids. Only the Final Fantasy Fiesta will you actually cheer because you are able to get Astos down. Yeah, I mean, Astos is usually the first part where somebody dies and they get separated from the synced XP or whatever because of death, but, you know. It's especially annoying if, like, you have only one major damage dealer and he deaths them right off the bat. In the original NES version, you don't get Phoenix Downs. And also, even if you do have life spells in the original NES version, you can't cast them in battle. You have to use life spells outside of battle. Not that you would have a life spell at this point anyway, but yeah. You're right, exactly. He could be a bit of a nuisance, but he's not hard because he doesn't have that much HP, and you're usually doing, you know, pretty good damage on your warriors at this point, especially if Temper works in the version that you're playing. Temper slap dead, you know? It only doesn't work in the NES version. I mean, I still have the rest of the game, Outcast. I'll read the spoiler channel when I'm done. Or the race channel, rather. Oops, I gotta go to the prince first. I'll read the race channel when I'm done. Wait, do I get the Crystal Eye first? Or do I get the Colt thing first? Yeah, okay, get the Crystal Eye first, okay. Would I consider Stranger of Paradise canon? I mean, technically it's not, but like, the developer of the game said that they wanted it to be. I mean, yes and no. It doesn't matter. It's kind of its own canon, to be perfectly honest. It's very much created as a what-if situation, so let's not start talking about Stranger Paradise and spoiling it. I know everybody likes to spoil Stranger Paradise like crazy, because in their own dumb video that they released, the second one, they made a major spoiler, so everybody uses that as like a joke, and it's like, well, it's a major spoiler. But yeah, Stranger Paradise was definitely made much more in the line of a what-if scenario. and not in a this is actual canon, but it is kind of neat. Well, tomorrow will probably move along a lot faster than this did so far. Woo. I mean, any kind of 4 times DPSers is glass cannon situation. Stock up on potions and go. Oh, I thought Stranger Paradise Story was fun. I thought it was solid, even if it is some campiness to it. It also gets remarkably better as time goes on with it. It starts off super campy and then actually gets kind of good later on. F Astos. Tuh. Spit on his grave. Keep on getting full light ups. Cats are doing awesome. No, they don't. They keep me company while I do, though. I would be much happier with 4 monks because I could at least hit things, and they're very cheap, which means I would be able to afford items very easily. I think four monks though would be easier in the beginning and harder in the end though. So it'd kind of be an inverse of this. Yes, the thief was bugged in the stat growth. So a level like 20 fighter was better than a level 50 thief in stats. You can solo the game with one thief in Final Fantasy 1 NES. Wouldn't recommend it, but it is possible. Four red mages would be pretty slow. They're a lot less good at damage than you might remember. However, I do believe with 4 red mages you can at least get temper. So there's that at least. Oh, don't worry, Lady Lord, we can't, because it's only doable if you can run away from battles, and the Fiesta doesn't allow for that. Oh good, then you'll never try it either. We both win! Like I said, red mages just don't do that much damage, and then they can't get the AoE spells that the black mages get, so they just kind of, They're much better if you can support them with something else. However, if you can get temper with the red mage, then it's probably not so bad. Just gotta use a lot of tempers for random battles, but we're sitting here with 4 friggin' white mages having to blink every battle. You can fix a lot of things with the Game Shark, like, I don't know, not being max level. Poof, you're max level. Oh my god, I'm so good at games. I'm pretty sure because if ninjas can use haste, red mages can use haste. Joke's on you, Koopa. The max level in the NES version is only level 50. Uh-huh. What a trek to just get the frickin' Jolt Tonic, man. That was like 20 minutes. I mean, it was like 10. Should be like 3. Drink up, bitch. The aide here could have just said, oh, you're the legendary heroes. Here, have the Mystic Key. But no. We had to frickin' wake him up just, you know, for, like, no reason. Just so he could say it. No, I want to give the heroes the key. There we go. First Mithril Hammer. It's happening! It's not even that much better, but it's better at least. Thank you, Joey, for the 111 bits. I could go back in the Marsh Cave and get some treasures. No. There's nothing even that good. I think a copper, maybe a silver armlet or whatever is like the best you can get in there, and that's it. Oh, I also want to give the hammer to my highest strength character, which of course is Duke. He's the Duke of Pain now. Pretty big, yep. Woohoo! Explosives! I just wanted to make sure they can't actually equip the mithril knife. Nope, Thor's hammer exists in this game, and it's a good weapon. We just won't be able to use it as a item to cast spells. I'm debating if I want to move Duke down a slot and not have him be my frontliner. I mean, he does have the most HP, but also, like, if he's my major damage dealer, I want him to not get hit as often, you know? And besides, Hellman's has Protect, Wait, wouldn't I want the protect users out of the front so that they can protect the front while they also blink themselves? So I would want him out of the front. No, I'd want Craft out of the front, ideally. Swapping Craft and Miracle Whip wouldn't be that big of a deal. I guess with their HB being so similar right now, it's not that big of a deal. Maya. The front characters have a higher percent chance of being hit. That's all it is. Look, Maya's in a different basket now. Now you can see her coloring because she's in a better lighting. Something like that, Outcast, yeah. Does he? That's cool. You're in a mood, huh? I guess it's food time for you soon. Can't wait to use the adamantite to get the Excalibur. Can't remember if they can equip the Mithril Mail or not. No. Wasn't certain. I remember it being like a medium armor or something.
Well, are you still playing this thing?
Yep. We definitely will not finish tonight. Joey, thank you for the 301 bids. And then we flooded the dwarf cave. The end.
Yeah. Boom!
Thank you, Joey, for the 300 bids. Oh, we're no longer landlocked. Oh, sweet, sweet freedom. Huzzah, you killed the only land bridge. Now you need a fleet in order to trade. All right, we have a good amount of gold. We're gonna go buy Diaras on several people. Well, you know what? Let's head to the next town first, and then we'll decide if we want to go back for Diaras. Bud. I have my old baseball glove in like a little pouch underneath some stuff over there. And Maya's climbing underneath the case to get to my glove and then chewing on the leather. Which, admittedly, I don't think I'm ever going to use that glove ever again. And if it keeps her from chewing cords, fine, but... We've been struck most preemptively by a group of white mages? Sir, they're beating the shit out of us! Full assault! What are you doing? They're healers! Yeah, but they hurt really hard! We actually ordered some, Tristan. We already ordered some for that exact reason. Professional Little League Baseball. Like, look at this welt on my head, man. Come on. Like, what am I supposed to do about that? Oh, dear. Oh, sorry. Probably, Tristan. I've seen a lot of the Dorkly stuff. $83. I ain't messing around now. 83, y'all. That's like normal damage almost. And now I'm just missing like crazy. The Duke of Pain. The only one that can actually give it. I know this is kind of a waste up to go to an inn and then gain a level, then go to an inn, but grinding is now easier because everything over here is like pretty much all undeads. So we can go over here and just be like, bam, lots of undeads, and then go, oh hey, I like killing undeads. Decent amount of XP, good amount of gold, easy peasy. So we can actually grind now. Like this is legitimate grind time, actually. And in fact, I might take advantage of this free grinding to actually put in some work here. The problem is that I kind of want to get Dia or Diara on other characters, but I'd have to go all the way to another area to do that. And, I don't want to fight a million battles, you know, where I have to use hammers. All right, I can't get these yet, right? Because they're like level 5, and I need White Wizard. Oh, I can. Well, how do you like that? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I don't care about life. But Kiraga, Diaga, and Hilara? Oh. Be still my beating heart. I can actually learn level 5s. I thought I needed the White Wizard. Alright, still no weapons. I need to go to the next town that we'll be going to get those. I might actually go there first. Might actually be worth it. There's the silver armlet, but I think... Wow, that's significant. Yeah, let's do that. That'll make my front rows, like, look at that. A normal, reasonable amount of defense. Woo! Alright, I have some plans on what I want to do tomorrow, but that is going to be, well, tomorrow. Because that is all the time we have for today. Ooh, long and arduous journey. Normally we'd be pretty much done, but, well, you wanted more Fiesta, you get more Fiesta. That's the way it works, so, yeah. Woo! Ooh. Man, what a day. What an evening. I am definitely worn out, but it was a good evening, and you guys were insanely supportive as well today. Thank you so much for all the support, all the bits and donations and subs and resubs and sub gifts. You guys have really been incredibly generous this year so far, and I'm very, very thankful for all the love and support you guys have been giving for the Fiesta, for the enjoyment of watching, and beyond. And this year's 10th anniversary Final Fantasy Fiesta. Oh, man, 10 years, dude. Wow. Woo! More to come. Absolutely more to come. The White Mage grind is definitely, like, if it doesn't... Okay. At the very least, we have these undeads that are higher level that we can grind off of. So, I mean, at the very least, we have a huge, like, break from the really, really frustrating grind. And we have some nice openness in what we can do with our grind now. So at the very least, we got some options here. We got some things we can do. So I think that's probably how we'll start things off tomorrow. I'm thinking about going to the one place to get some mithril hammers, silver hammers, whatever they're called. I don't know. Anyway, you guys have been an amazing audience as always. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific, with more Final Fantasy Fiesta. Be sure to check out Seven Sins, who goes live in like 13 hours. I don't know. No, 10 hours. 10 hours from now, I think. Yeah. Anyway, have an awesome night. See you tomorrow with more Final Fantasy Fiesta. Good night.